When a YouTuber grew more dark, more violent, and more delusional over time, nobody really connected the dots and assumed that this new, edgy content might reflect his real, tortured, angry, confused, and mentally ill personality. That is, until it was all too late. This is the story of the newest member of the Ghost Squad himself.
I just want to tell you guys how I got started, who I am, and where I plan on going in my future. And all that stuff, so let's just jump right into it. I'd like to try to get noticed by putting myself on the internet, so...
So, you're done.
All these people who have watched me will have regrets. Some people probably will never be able to accept what I did. It doesn't bother me. I did what I had to do. There wasn't any way around it. This is just the way I had to go. People could analyze my earlier years of life and question why, or something along the lines of, what could we have done to prevent this? We're all born innocent. We all act happy as kids because we don't know how shitty life really is yet. However, there comes a time in everyone's life when reality comes crashing down on top of you, shattering into a million tiny sharp pieces. Hell does exist, and guess what? It's where you're living.
This story starts when a couple, Robert and Lori Stair, got married and decided to settle down in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Lori had a background in nursing and had been working as a biomedical equipment technician at a hospital in their area. Robert was a manager at the local branch of the Wise chain of supermarkets. On Thursday, September 17th, 1992, they had their first son, a boy they would come to name Randy. 2 years later, on September 11th, 1994, they had their second son, Jeremy, and felt that their little family was complete. From a very young age, Randy had trouble socializing. Even when it came time to take him to preschool, he didn't handle it very well at all. While most children will cry or scream when being left alone at school for the first time, Randy never quite got over it. He would melt down nearly every time Lori would drop him off at preschool until it came time to go to kindergarten. Randy vaguely remembered this, saying later that he remembers a strong sense of feeling helpless and lost whenever he was away from his parents. Whenever Randy was at school, he would either look down at the floor or up at the ceiling to avoid having to make eye contact with anyone. While he didn't hate his teachers, he simply didn't want to be noticed. He wanted it to be like he didn't even exist. He wanted to learn, but he didn't want anyone to know he was there or interact with him. At times, he would refuse to follow instructions, and this would get him into trouble, which put him in the spotlight and made him extremely uncomfortable. Toward the end of preschool, he had to put on a play with the rest of the students for all of their parents. Randy stood at the back of the stage with his back facing the audience. He panicked and froze, unable to handle it all. While this isn't too traumatic of an experience by any means, pretty par for the course for a kid, it was then that Randy first realized how badly negative emotions could affect him. This was something that would come to haunt him for the rest of his life. Even at home, Randy was fairly emotional and insecure. He got extremely attached to his first teddy bear, one that he named Bingo. He would take it everywhere with him, never too far out of sight for years. Possibly due to the stress from his nerves, Randy was pretty often sick as a child. He would wake up in the middle of the night, alternating between hot flashes and chills. His mom would pick him up to comfort him and walk around the house, speaking with him to help calm him down. He particularly liked when she would show him the fish tank and rock him until he fell back asleep. Around this time, Randy was fairly close to his father Robert, too. He had a lot of fond memories of playing outside with his dad. He specifically remembered one incident when his feet got stuck in the mud near the woods in their backyard. His dad had to come over and fish him out. However, things were a little bit more complicated with his father than with his mother. While he could open up a bit more to his mom, it was not the same with his dad. Given that his dad was more of the macho type, Randy was always afraid to seem anything less than manly in front of him. He didn't even want to cry in front of him, usually leading to him running to his room to hide whenever he felt a cry coming on. By kindergarten, Randy was getting a little bit better at socializing. While playing sports in class, he once fell and broke his collarbone. At first, he was sad that he wouldn't be able to play for several weeks, but then another classmate, Nathan, fell and broke his collarbone too. This made the both of them feel better about their situation and gave them something to bond over. However, things would go back to the status quo in the first grade. While Randy had been doing a little bit better in kindergarten, this all came to an abrupt halt as soon as he entered his new elementary school building. Passing through the front door, he immediately broke down and fell into a tantrum. Lori had to hold him and comfort him for over 45 minutes at the front of the school before he could calm down and enter his classroom. Considering that he had been riding the bus to kindergarten by himself, this was a new and strange occurrence. Randy preferred to be alone in school. While he would see the other kids in class talking, laughing, and playing together, he couldn't understand it. Even though they just met, they were so comfortable that they acted like they had known each other for years. This confused him and left him feeling like he was missing something. Anytime that it came time for a group project, he would cry. Nobody wanted to partner with him, and he definitely didn't do anything to encourage them to do so. Rather than talk to the other students, he wanted to sit in the front of the room by the teacher where nobody else wanted to sit. He was torn between wanting to be liked and wanting to be invisible. Deep down, Randy wanted to be someone cool. He wanted to be someone that everyone liked, that everyone revered. When he watched cartoons at home, he came to realize that they were basically immortalized within pop culture. He was a big fan of the Brave Little Toaster movies and grew up watching a lot of Dragon Ball Z, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon on Kids WB. Everyone out there knew what a Pokemon was. Randy wanted that same sort of fame. This caused his interest in film and animation to boom over time. While later on in elementary, Randy would eventually come to make a few casual friends in class, he never talked to them outside of school. One of these friends was a boy named Michael. While he didn't know Michael all that well, he was at least comfortable enough with him to hang around with him in class. He was very afraid to call anyone on the phone, though. He was only able to call his grandma on the phone, but he was always afraid that his grandpa might pick up. If he did, Randy would hang up the phone abruptly and run away. Things got pretty bad for Randy when Michael moved away. The only person he was comfortable hanging around with for more than a few moments was now gone. This made him extremely emotional. On Michael's last day of school, Randy clung to him while sobbing, making a scene and refusing to let him go. While April 20th, 1999 was a big day for most Americans, it wasn't for Randy. This was when the Columbine Massacre occurred, a school shooting carried out by two high schoolers named Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Randy was only 7 years old at the time, and while he heard the adults talking about it, he wasn't really able to fully comprehend what it was, just yet. After Michael left, Randy met another boy that he was able to get along with named Matt. He would go on to be his only friend up until the 4th grade. They were both big fans of football and liked playing with video cameras. They made a bunch of videos together on mini DV tapes, which Randy would continue to keep and treasure for the rest of his life. They made short films on topics ranging from anything from two boys trying to find a new friend to full-on parodies of horror movies like Scream. Randy would always beg to make videos with him. He didn't even really care what they were about, he just wanted to do it. He would then take the videos home and watch them on TV over and over again. It was the only time he would really feel like he had a friend, reliving those moments again and again. Eventually, Matt got tired of making movies. Randy was pretty sad, but he continued to make solo videos on his own. Randy's love for watching and making videos only grew. Whether it was Harry Potter, Titanic, Scream, or any other movie, he was mesmerized by all of them. He wanted to one day be able to make videos like that, with full scripted dialogue and cinematography. He would walk around and point his camera at anything and everything, talking to himself and imagining what kind of movie might be taking place. When Randy was about 10 years old, he started getting a little more rough, especially when his brother Jeremy was involved. Once, the two were fighting when Jeremy pulled Randy's arms backwards and caused him to fall face first into a tree. He ended up with a hefty nosebleed and always believed that's why he ended up sounding pretty nasally for the rest of his life. Randy started to act out even more when he was away from his parents at his grandparents' house. In his own words, he was an asshole. He got really into prank calling all sorts of local businesses just to mess with them. When he got bored with that, he started calling 911 instead, acting like he needed help. After doing this enough times, he actually almost got the SWAT team sent to their house. Luckily, his grandma caught him during one of the calls and explained the whole situation. She was furious with him afterwards. Randy then wanted to take one of their ATVs out for a spin, so he gassed it up. The problem was, while he thought he was using gasoline, it was actually something else. He ended up wrecking the ATV with this, and it had to be sent in for repairs. After it was all fixed, he and Jeremy were riding when he decided to slam on his brakes and try to drift. This caused Jeremy to have to ski to a stop, causing him to fall off. His ATV went on rolling and smashed into a tree. Jeremy's helmet ended up with a giant gash straight down the middle, meaning that he could have been killed if he hadn't been wearing it. On another day, Randy was playing with some boat wheels from their shed. He took one and pushed it down a hill, never telling his grandparents what he did with it. They never came to find it for well over a year. Then he blew out their stereo system by trying to play it at max volume. Randy was by no means the only wild one, though. His grandpa was fairly irresponsible as well. He would often give Randy and Jeremy beer to drink while they stayed over. At one point, Randy started taking full bottles and drinking them. While Grandpa found this funny, Randy's parents definitely did not. Randy's grandpa would also take him shooting, where he was less than safe. At one point, the grandpa even shot a hole through the roof of the house while playing with a gun right in front of Randy. That year, Randy made friends with a girl in school that he has only referred to as Kelly, likely not her real name. The two never came to meet outside of school, but they would often hang out on the playground. One day, while the two were looking for 4-leaf clovers during recess, Kelly told him about sex for the first time. After that, things got a little bit awkward between the two and they gradually grew apart. Randy considered this to be a defining moment in his childhood, and his obsession with women would only grow from that point onwards. It was around this time that Randy got a new dog, one that the family named Bruno. Bruno would stick around for the majority of Randy's life, becoming just another member of the family. Over time, Randy grew very attached to him, especially as Bruno would often be the only one by his side when he wasn't in school. Eventually, it came time to move on to middle school, and Randy was not ready. He was already barely social in elementary school, but things would only get worse. Unless it was Matt, he never spoke until directly addressed. He began to grow more jaded and more depressed, simply drifting through his time in class. He began to daydream about dying, praying that planes or cars he was riding in would crash. He didn't quite understand why he wanted that to happen, but he enjoyed the idea of non-existence. It was during one of these lows that Randy was at home watching television. He turned to Nickelodeon and began watching a cartoon that would change his life forever, Danny Phantom. Danny Phantom was a more action-based cartoon created by the creator of The Fairly Odd Parents, Butch Hartman, a creator that has become more and more controversial over time. The cartoon was admittedly not a high priority for Butch Hartman, who later admitted that he came up with the concept for the show on the spot during a pitch meeting that he scheduled despite not having any ideas. He came up with the name Danny Phantom off the top of his head and decided to build a whole world around that because he thought the name sounded cool.
Moving van with my mom. Very long drive. We ran out of things to talk about, and I'm just going, I can think of another show right now, that'd be fun. So I thought, what's a cool word? Dynamite, lightning, phantom. I settled on the word phantom. I thought, that's cool. By the time I got to LA, I had the title Danny Phantom. They took me out to dinner there at Nickelodeon. Said, want to pick up more Fairly Odd Parents? I said, great. They go, do you have anything else? And so I thought, well, I got this thing called Danny Phantom. They went, great, let's make it. It was that quick. And I was like, wow. And I really had a show to know.
While Randy didn't seem too interested in the show itself, he was particularly fascinated by one certain character, a female ghost named Ember McLean. Ember first appeared in the 11th episode of the show, one called Fanning the Flames. She was portrayed as an unpopular girl at school who was stood up for a date. She went home after and died in a house fire, with it being arguably implied that she caused it. Due to her seductive demeanor and hatred for humanity and authority, she ended up becoming a fan favorite on the show and appeared in about 10 more episodes. She would also play guitar and went on to perform a few songs on the show, the main one being titled Remember. While veteran voice actor Tara Strong played the voice of Ember, the song was actually sung by an artist named Robin Kermissi. Randy was immediately completely enamored with Amber, and that's putting it lightly. She felt very familiar to him, almost like he already knew her, even though the show was still very new at the time.
And Ember was just a character I always connected with. It's weird. As soon as I first saw that first episode with her in it, the Fanning the Flames episode, it just clicked with me immediately. As soon as I heard that song, it's like, I gotta have this song. It's so fucking awesome. And at the time, I didn't even realize there was a full version to that song. but she was just always there after I first saw that episode. She was just there in my life ever since.
Randy's obsession started to bleed through into his personality, even if he didn't explicitly tell anyone about Ember. Writing later, in his own words, he said, "People were often convinced he had a personality disorder, was gay, an introvert, or a total screwball." Randy began to draw and doodle all throughout middle school. With Ember still on his mind, most of the art was inspired by Danny Phantom. Instead, though, they were two characters called Floyd and Drew that he made up on his own. He made stacks and stacks of comics involving these two characters. This would lead to his grades slipping and him being yelled at by the principal, though. All in all, he had a lot of trouble focusing, and his new obsession with Ember and making characters resembling her did not help. He later said that this trouble focusing wasn't due to a disorder like ADD, but instead due to daydreaming too much. Randy only really hung out with Matt and failed to branch out. He never really tried reaching out to any other kids, he just never connected with any of them. He always felt that he was in the wrong place. He had more luck getting along with his brother's younger friends. When it came to his own classes, he was always fairly shy and isolated. He did meet another student named James, who he became fairly good friends with during reading class, but they didn't talk much outside of that class. Up until this point, Randy and Jeremy fought quite a bit, both physically and verbally. But as the years grew on, the two stopped fighting quite as much and started to get along more, bit by bit. This was good timing because shortly after, their family would get a bit smaller. When Randy was in the 7th grade, his grandpa passed away. This would be the first time he would really deal with any sort of major loss. By the time it came time for a funeral, he could barely hold himself together. Randy's dad became very depressed around this time as well, and it wasn't hard to notice. Oddly enough, though, Randy felt he took the whole thing pretty well himself. After not too long, he grew to accept that his grandpa was gone for good. However, one thing did come out of this, a morbid fascination with death. If there was one thing Randy did enjoy in middle school, it was writing. On at least 5 different occasions, he had to write short stories for English classes. In each and every one of the stories, either the main character or an important side character would end up dying in various ways. But according to Randy, his teachers always complimented his work. It seems that, at the very least, they didn't really see any red flags. Soon enough, it came time for middle school to come to an end. Toward the end of 8th grade, Randy was invited on a ski trip with a few other boys from class. He came to record a lot of videos during this time. At one point, one of the boys wanted Randy to film him jumping off of the ski lift so that he could upload it to YouTube. Randy hadn't really even heard about YouTube before. Once he heard that you could upload videos online for anyone to see, he was immediately hooked. He already enjoyed filming enough, and this would give him a chance to reach that level of fame and notoriety that he always wanted. Randy started making all sorts of short skits to upload. Jeremy would usually make fun of them, saying that they were all stupid. Randy didn't really care though. He felt that uploading these videos was the best decision he ever made. He started out by using a lot of copyrighted content to make YouTube poops, such as clips from The Simpsons and King of the Hill. This outlet caused him to forget more and more about Ember and drawing as his new hobby took over his life. It came time to move on to high school, and immediately Randy and Matt started to drift apart. Matt had been consistently dating a girl from school for a while now, and they were only growing closer over time. This left the two with a lot less time to hang out together. Randy felt abandoned. He was enraged that this new, random girl was suddenly so much more important than he was. He went on to have his last conversation with Matt, telling him that Brett Favre from the Packers had retired. From that point onward, they never spoke again. It was a very anticlimactic ending to such a long friendship. Randy ended up becoming much better friends with James, the boy he had met in reading class in middle school. They both already had a pretty big interest in filmmaking, with James having a lot of experience on YouTube already. He had his own channel, one that he called Freak Show 180. Randy really admired his content and took a lot of inspiration from it. This only further motivated him to make his own content. Randy finally stopped sharing a room with his younger brother when his parents built an addition onto the house. Now that he had his own room and the computer was in there, he had more freedom to work on his projects. But on Randy's first channel, his videos kept getting taken down left and right. He didn't really understand the copyright system at that age, failing to make his videos in a fully transformative way. Eventually, the channel was taken down and at least 100 videos were fully lost, as he didn't have the space to keep backups.
Around 2007, I started making little video slideshows and such for YouTube because Freakshow 180, my best friend, told me about YouTube, and I decided to give it a try, and I made those just ripping off his shows, like ripping footage off of like King of the Hill or Simpsons. So I did that. I started ripping off footage from movies and shows, which led my account to get suspended because I didn't know about copyrights and stuff. Like I ripped off Simpsons and King of the Hill and all that. And I just kept making my name, my account with like numbers after it. And eventually I'm like, you know what? I'm getting bored of this. I want to make actual videos.
Still though, he wasn't about to quit. In June of 2008, when he was 15 years old, he started what would be his main channel for many years, Pioneer Productions. Randy was a massive Cowboys fan, but he didn't want to risk using a major NFL name on his channel now that he was more aware of the copyright system. He still wanted to use the name of a team he supported though, so he went with the name of a local arena football team in the Scranton area, the Pioneers. His early videos were very inspired by skits from channels like Smosh, Fred, and Cinemassacre. With his mom's help, he was able to get live-action videos off of his camera and onto the computer to upload. Randy started off building his channel by begging for subscriptions and offering sub-for-sub deals. He would get around 20 to 30 views on each of his videos, which motivated him even further. He started to focus more on YouTube than anything else in his life. He now felt that YouTube was his second life and began to put his first life on the back burner. While it was good that he had a new hobby that wasn't related to his fascination with Ember, neglecting his personal life so much would only come back to bite him.
It's like a second life, which is what I kind of said. If I didn't have YouTube, I wouldn't be too happy. I mean, I wouldn't be like depressed or anything, but it's kept me away from a certain path that I probably would have been heading to a couple years back.
After about 20 videos, Randy really had only uploaded videos that were a little too inspired by other channels. About all of his videos were direct copies of other people's videos, only tweaked slightly. He even started making videos just like Fred, a character on YouTube that would basically scream and overreact in a pitched-up voice. Randy started doing this too, even wearing a t-shirt just like Fred in his videos. However, eventually this would actually become a blessing. Somehow, Fred came across one of his knockoff videos and favorited it. This led to Randy gaining about 100 subs and 11,000 views, which was huge at the time. Because of that, he leaned even more heavily into this, making a parody of the Fred character called Chip that he would pitch down instead of up and make more angry instead of happy. Randy later felt that, for his age, he was very immature at the time. He always felt that he was a late bloomer, and it really showed in his early videos. In his own words, he was 15 years old but acting and feeling like he was still 12. While he was learning to drive, he was still making the kind of content that 9-year-olds would set out to make.
And when you're 15, you know, you're a whole different person. And back then, I was a 15-year-old, but in reality, I was like a 12-year-old. And my videos were just stupid things that I came up with. And it really was like stuff that 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds would come up with, not a 15-year-old gonna be 16.
One of these early videos was called The Burglar. He wore a Patriots beanie and a fake mustache for the bit. Randy became friends with all sorts of small YouTubers, some better than others. One of these was a guy named PlasmaDude47, a man who was roughly 60 years old at the time. He was later found out to be a sex offender, one that had charges for going after young boys. Randy didn't know that, though. He was just happy to connect with other YouTubers.
Plasma Dude, did you, remember when you had that, I don't want to bring it up, but that, that issue with that guy, like, did you get your money back from him? Because I know he was trying to steal your money.
As Randy got more into YouTube, he felt that he didn't need Ember or Danny Phantom anymore. He took all of the stacks of his old Floyd and Drew comics that he was keeping in his closet and burned them in the backyard. Due to this, only one single image related to them still exists, something Randy would come to regret. In December of 2008, Randy got together with James, Jeremy, and some of his friends to make a series on YouTube that they would call Fat Ass, a stunt show ripping off of the MTV show Jackass. The presentation, the naming of the stunts, the feel, and even their constant usage of .5 bonus videos were all a direct ripoff of the show. Regardless, they had a lot of fun taking part in more childish stunts like riding wagons downhill. However, there was a lot of partial or implied nudity in many of the videos. Oddly enough, even despite that, the channel is actually still around to this day. Randy's skits on his own channel became more and more inspired by an, at the time, very popular channel called Make Me Bad 35, a channel run by a guy named Damien. Randy copied his skits and mannerisms so closely that he was often called a rip-off channel, something that really bothered him. Given that Damien had nearly 300,000 subscribers and Randy barely had a few hundred, he felt like he couldn't compare. Randy started making angry video game nerd-style videos as well, given that he was a huge fan. He even had one of his posters in his bedroom. While he didn't necessarily rant about video games, he did adapt AVGN's mannerisms, such as the over-the-top anger and constant cursing, and his other series You Know What's Bullshit. Randy also started a series called You Know What Sucks, where he would rant about matters so trivial that the triviality was part of the joke. There was even a time when Randy took a shot at doing food reviews. In January of 2009, Randy was watching a live stream hosted by Make Me Bad 35, aka Damien on Blog TV. During the stream, Damien set up an email account where viewers could post their phone number and he would interview them and ask about their most embarrassing moments. Randy sent in his own number, never actually expecting to be called back. When the phone did ring, he got nervous and threw his phone under the bed, waiting for it to stop ringing. Then it only rang again. And finally there was a voicemail, one that he was overjoyed to receive. Randy then hopped onto Twitter and made a fake account pretending to be Mr. Wooden Alligator, a character that Damien had. He would use that account to post all sorts of Make Me Bad 35 quotes and pester Damien. Someone who thought that it was funny told Damien that he should follow the account, and he did. After that, Randy finally mustered up the courage to DM him and the two got talking. Randy got Damien onto his channel to do a Q&A video, which got him over 35,000 views, the most he ever had at the time. Damien, in his own videos, would often interact with talking inanimate objects in a humorous way that would become their own reoccurring characters. Randy did much of the same, coming up with several mainstay characters for his own channel over the years. One of these characters was Mr. Horsehead, a nearly direct copy of Damien's Mr. Wooden Alligator. This horse was actually a dollar store toy that he had used in the Fat Ass videos previously. Oddly enough, some people liked his rip-off characters. Each time, Damien would like the video and get him even more subs. Throughout 2009, Randy collabed with James very often, usually doing stupid stunts and making up characters. One of these characters was named Mr. Crazy, which Randy retired pretty quickly. Another character was one that was more controversial, but less back then than it would have been in the modern day. This character was named Jack the Retarded Kid. In his debut video, called Retards and Peanut Butter, Randy acted out having to sit next to a mentally challenged kid at lunch, playing both characters. It wasn't long before he realized how offensive it could be and removed it 2 hours after uploading it. This didn't stop him from making another video about Jack though, except this time around he placed disclaimers that it was not made to intentionally offend. After, Randy went on a trip to Texas with his family. Given that he was such a massive Cowboys fan, the family made it their yearly thing to go out and see one of their games. He looked forward to the trip each and every year, and it gave him more opportunities to go out and see a bit more of the world. Even more motivated now, Randy made a secondary channel called Pioneer Productions 2. Here he mainly uploaded bloopers, behind-the-scenes takes, and commentary videos to supplement the videos on his main channel. He would also post videos that he had previously deleted, like the peanut butter video, and occasionally blogs about his personal life. In 2010, Randy was finally able to convince Damien to make a collab video with him. There they would have their two characters, Mr. Horsehead and Mr. Wooden Alligator, meet up. Given that the two didn't actually meet in person to do the collab, it was fairly awkward. The shots were clearly done at much different times. When Randy finally got Damien's footage and began to edit it, he simply placed a poorly cropped picture of Mr. Horsehead onto the scenes in Windows Movie Maker. He did try and use Paint.net to make it look a little bit better, but it didn't help very much. Still, it went on to be his most viewed video by a huge margin for a while, although it had a pretty high dislike ratio. Randy privated it for a while because he was unhappy with the quality, but he would bring it back. After that, SMP Films even recognized Randy after he made a video called The End of the World that parodied one of their videos. However, this YouTube obsession was not doing anything to help Randy's grades at school. He had been nearly completely ignoring that part of his life. In 10th grade, his grades dropped dramatically, leading to some pretty severe anger from his parents. The backlash from this drop would go on to give Randy a lifelong fear of failure, something that, while it helped with school, also motivated him to make better videos that much more. Around this time, Randy did try to be a little bit more social, but he didn't really like anyone in his grade. There were people he merely only disliked, but there were also some people that he outright despised. It was also around this time that he started showing subtle signs of being interested in ending his life in his videos.
Now this video is not out there anymore, I deleted it from the site, but it was a video of me, you take these weird tests in school, they'll be like, okay, draw a circle around number 1, write your name in the top right corner, do only step 1, you'll see what would be the last step, so I made a video like that, and I ended up killing myself in the video, but that was one video I had made in 2009.
Worried about what career path to take, Randy decided that he wanted to learn web design. He tried taking a class on it in high school, but he immediately gave up on that path after hating the class. He thought about being anything from a writer, to an animator, to even an astronaut as well, but he couldn't settle on anything. School became more of an annoyance, and he almost stopped communicating with others entirely.
I haven't been really happy lately, and I've been down and miserable for months now, and I haven't been able to figure out what it is, and honestly, I think it's just I've been devoting so much time just to thinking about YouTube stuff that I haven't even been thinking about my real life and where I want to go out of college and everything, and I've just been such a downer, and even on Twitter and Facebook just been fuck this, I fucking hate this, and I want to change that.
Still though, Randy's family tried to keep him close. They took him to amusement parks with him and even went bowling with him every Saturday morning. After Mr. Horsehead, Randy went on to make a couple of other inanimate object-themed characters that would gain more and more popularity over time. One of these characters was Whale, a stuffed orca whale that he had won from a claw machine on a trip to Myrtle Beach. He designed Whale to be, oddly enough, a perverted type of character with a deep voice. He said that, since these object-based characters were usually happy with wild and high-pitched voices, this could be something original. Randy also made Whale extremely homosexual, something that was prevalent in nearly every video he was in. Randy never really was quite sure why he decided to make Whale gay, but he later questioned if it was subconsciously done to represent his hatred of homosexuality without coming out and saying it. During Whale's first video, A Whale of a Party, in September of 2010, he repeatedly orders Randy to penetrate his blowhole, something that would be common throughout his videos. Randy did actually go all out on this skit, even filming some scenes in public, such as taking Whale through a McDonald's drive-thru. Many people found it very funny. But people in school did see the video and lightly make fun of him for it. The next toy that Randy would come to use as a mainstay character on his channel would be an orange rubber frog named Froggy. Froggy was a toy that he had found abandoned in a shopping cart in his father's workplace, the Weiss supermarket, one day. Froggy, like Whale, is very foul-mouthed but instead has a high-pitched voice and isn't nearly as perverted. He made his first appearance in December of 2011 in a video called Frogs Are Jerks. For a few years, Randy went on to make various different skits with the two characters, often having them in the same videos and even interacting with each other. For example, there was one where they both bother Randy in the hot tub and other Christmas special themed episodes. In addition to these styles of videos, Randy was still hopping on to whatever trend he could find. He took a liking to Amnesia, trying some of his early, absurdist, so random types of videos out for himself. He even used some of his music in these videos, such as one called F*** You Calendar. Randy really wanted to make short films, though. He went on to ask his audience if they would even watch something up to 10 to 15 minutes long, which was the maximum length for a YouTube video at the time. He really wanted to make YouTube a career and live off the money from the ads.
It can make you have a career, even just live off making YouTube videos, which if I had the option, and if you had the option, you'd do it too. Because I get jealous of when other people have that, but YouTube just gives me something I never had before.
He really felt that YouTube had given him a second look at life. He had gone from a kid with very few friends to feeling like he had the whole world in front of him. By now, he had reached his first milestone of 1,000 subscribers. In 10th grade, Randy came to reconnect with Kelly, the girl from 3rd grade who first told him about sex. It seemed that Kelly really was still interested in him, with Randy saying that she asked him out twice by writing him notes. He turned her down both times by simply ignoring her. Around this time, a few more girls wanted to be in online relationships with him, likely commentators on his channel. He even got a phone call from one of the female fans and ended up talking to her for hours. However, he didn't want a relationship with anyone and continued to hold that stance for quite a long time.
How many girlfriends have you had? 0. So I don't care. That's the truth. I'm not gay. I'm straight.
However, his disinterest in women wouldn't last too much longer. Randy's happy life with YouTube couldn't last forever. It was toward the end of high school that his easygoing life stopped being quite so easy. While Randy would very often downplay getting bullied, every once in a while he would allude to it. While he never named names, there was one kid in his high school that would bother him incessantly to the point where he would have nightmares about it.
There's this one kid that I've always hated in high school, and he's always like not bullied me, but he's always just been a pain in my ass and so annoying, and always he's always there, and you always have that friend that just pisses you off, but you can't hate them, but they drive you crazy and mess with you and everything. But I still get the dreams too. I've been out of school for over a year now, but I still have a dream, and every now and then he'll be in it, and it's like, oh my god, not you again. And then I'll be trying to run away, and then he'll somehow catch up to me, and I start slipping on the floor, I can't run. So it's I can't run away from the problem still. I keep thinking of it. But
when Randy turned 18 years old, his father started to heavily pressure him into getting a job so that he would be able to move out for college and get used to supporting himself. He applied for work at all sorts of places before finally landing on McDonald's, but he quit after only about 3 hours on his first day. He just didn't like the environment right from the start.
I was supposed to work for McDonald's, actually. I went through one day only. I went there for the orientation, and then I actually worked one day for 3 hours, and I just got trained by a computer. And then I quit the next day, because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to do this. So, I don't know. My parents were not happy at all, but yeah. I lasted a day, and I didn't even get paid at all. I didn't get paid for it. I was supposed to, I guess.
This led to both of his parents, but mostly his father, being outraged. Randy's dad then got him a part-time job working at one of the Wise supermarket stores, employment which Randy resented but kept for the income. He, in his own mind, wanted to light himself on fire. He wondered why he was even here, why he was even doing this. He began to think about shooting the place up and would continue to think about it for quite a while, seemingly unable to control himself.
Because I've had so many thoughts of just shooting that place up that I've long lost count. It's into the fucking thousands. And I've even had dreams. I had a dream once where, it was 3 years ago, where I parked in the store parking lot, walked into the store. Behind the dunnage rack was a shotgun. And I either picked it up or I left it there. I can't remember, but I think I picked it up. I took the shotgun out and I just walked back into the store and back into the parking lot and into my car.
However, not all at the job was immediately bad. He was pleasantly surprised that a guy who had seen his videos frequented the store. Not only that, but he felt that it made pretty good money. It was more than he got from YouTube, which was nothing at the time as he hadn't gotten into the partner program yet. With some of his new money, he got himself a new computer, an iMac, to help him better edit his videos. With the whole job debacle seemingly under control, Randy was ready for more YouTube. However, this motivation was short-lived as Randy continued to struggle with school. With his parents angry at him for both screwing up his first job and letting his grades drop, he began to fall into more of a depression than he had in years. This depression led Randy back to an old vice, his obsession with Ember. While he hadn't thought about her so much over the last few years, he remembered how she made him feel and turned to her in his time of distress. He felt that they had a connection. To him, she didn't feel like a character. She wasn't really even a sexual interest. She was more of a comfort, someone who made him feel okay when he was down. It was during this point in 2010 that his Ember obsession hit harder than ever before and never completely left. He would listen to her song from Danny Phantom, Remember, over and over again. However, all that existed was the very low-quality version from the show. Due to his obsession with Ember, Randy started to want to be just like her as well. At first, he wanted to dress up like her. It was more than that, though. He wanted to be her. The problem was he didn't have anything accessible to him that looked anything like her clothing. So instead, he began to cross-dress in any female clothing that he could. With nowhere to get female clothes, he went to his mom's closet and grabbed some of her clothes. Putting on his mom's bra and underwear, he said that it felt right to him. He never dared tell another soul about this, but he kept doing it habitually whenever he had the house to himself. He knew that if it leaked out, he would never live it down. Randy continued to try living as close to Ember as he could in other ways as well. He began to use a Venus razor, a women's razor, to shave off all of his body hair every 3 days. He also began to urinate only while sitting down. It wasn't much, but it allowed him to feel closer to her. Randy really crossed the line when, during a trip with his family in June, Jeremy's girlfriend tagged along. Randy came to realize while he was alone that she had left some jean shorts behind. Randy took those shorts and wore them around for a while, feeling pretty good about it. He felt like it was a stepping stone to discovering who he really was. This became a habit. Every Wednesday night, his parents would go bowling. He would use this time to either film a video or borrow some of his mom's clothes to cross-dress. While Randy would say for a long time that there was nothing sexual about it, his later diary entries would tell a different story. An overwhelming obsession with women was growing, and he couldn't contain it. This led to some dark chapters during his high school career.
I just became obsessed with fantasizing about girls in 10th and 11th grade that the hormones were impossible to ignore. I jerked off in class a total of 4 to 6 times. It wasn't easy, but I would keep my hand in my pocket and go to town slowly, for sometimes as long as 25 to 40 minutes until lo and behold there was success. I remember I did it in my 11th grade history class and my first period ecology class. I wouldn't recommend that, but when you're horny, you're horny.
By the time the end of high school came around, Randy really only had 2 friends left. One was James and another was a boy named Chris. However, he was happy with his direction on YouTube. In fact, he later said that 2011 was his happiest ever year despite all that had been going on. This was mainly due to the fact that Randy was now a YouTube partner with over 3,000 subscribers. As soon as he hit this milestone, he immediately knew that a filmmaker was what he wanted to be. In spring of 2011, Randy really wanted to partner with Damien again and make a sequel to their last collaboration. Damien was all good to move forward on it, until he had a personal tragedy in his life. Unfortunately, his stepfather had suddenly passed away. After that, Randy felt really bad for him. He questioned if it was even appropriate to move forward on the project at that point. But after several months, the two decided to pick it back up again and finished it in only 3 days. In this video, Mr. Wooden Alligator bites Damien, causing him to ship him away in a box. This box then arrives at Randy's house. Wooden Alligator then gets into another fight with Horsehead, ultimately stabbing him with a knife. Then Randy angrily sends him back to Damien and they go back to the status quo. This was the first time that Randy had made much money from a video, thanks to the views coming from Damien's channel. He made a few $100s, allowing him to upgrade his camera to a Canon T2i. Unfortunately though, this video wouldn't reach near as much fame as the first. Randy decided to retire the Mr. Horsehead character by killing him off in one last video titled Mr. Horsehead Lives. In the video, Mr. Horsehead came back to life after being stabbed in the previous collab video, only to attack Randy. Randy then sets him on fire and completely destroys him. This video was notably shot in much more of a horror movie style than any of Randy's previous works, but he was very happy with it. Mr. Horsehead was gone for good in real life as well, as Randy actually did burn the toy to ashes for real. However, Randy was still attached to his other characters. He brought Whale back for a Christmas special shortly after. Things continued to go pretty well for a while, with Randy getting his very own car, a Nissan, in March. This gave him something to enjoy about school, that being the extra freedom. He could come and go when he pleased, and he actually came to really enjoy driving to school each morning. After having felt so immature, he felt some semblance of adulthood. It was towards the end of high school that Randy's depression creeped back in. Having been raised Catholic previously, Randy had come to lose his faith over the years. He had gradually began to see Ember as the religious figure in his life. He came to dislike Christianity simply for the fact that Jesus was not Ember.
I used to believe in heaven, God, Jesus, and all that shit until I graduated high school. More like 11th grade, once I realized how the world works. I would either daydream in class about YouTube videos, girls, or death.
He later wrote,
"Go ahead and pray to your imaginary man who's nailed to a fucking cross. Go ahead and waste hours of your life at a church. The death of Jesus Christ was all a massive deception to start a new religion. Why the hell are there so many writings and stories about these humans who undergo miracles and are spoken to by angels and saints and shit, when at no time or point anywhere in history has it ever happened since? It's all bullshit. Jesus Christ never even existed. I guarantee it. Why can't he or God talk to us, huh?"
Randy didn't really seem to realize the irony that everything he just stated applies to Ember. At no point did her life ever actually happen, she didn't exist, and she didn't talk to him. But still, he continued to believe more and more that she did. Randy faced even more hardship when Tom, one of Jeremy's friends, passed away in an accident. Despite the fact that he didn't know Tom very well, this shook him to his core.
I barely spoke to the kid, but I knew him. Everyone knew him. I'll never forget it was around 2 p.m. when I got out of my college algebra class when I saw the text from my mom that Tom had been killed in a car crash on his way to school that morning. Within a few minutes I was just numb. I sat there in the parking lot in my green Nissan Altima and just was in complete shock. Not freaking out, just pale, numb miles away. I hardly knew the kid, but being only a grade ahead of him, it really hit me hard.
It wasn't long after that Randy began to show his first signs of violent tendencies. At one point, he broke his cell phone into bits. He says that this was for a video, but the reasoning as to why he got rid of a phone in this manner has never really been clearly explained. In addition to violent tendencies, Randy began to show more and more imagery of himself dying in his videos. He later stated that this should have been a red flag to anyone watching, as he really was considering ending his life at that time, but nobody really seemed to pick up on it. In videos such as Angry Guitar Player and Angry Pool Player, the videos end with Randy dying in one way or another. Randy ended up going on a senior trip with a few other guys to Cleveland, Ohio to watch some sports games. While it was fun in a way, it wasn't too pleasant in others.
I missed 12th grade year. I almost tear up thinking about it. I don't miss the senior trip to Cleveland, Ohio, though. That sucked ass. James can vouch for me on that one. Oh yeah. And he was attacked by shit. Literally shit. Ha ha ha, horrible trip.
One day, Randy uploaded an old video from his grandpa's surveillance camera. This showed a large, elderly man walking up a driveway to the home. He had intended to put the parking brake on his truck, but had failed to do so, causing the truck to roll back down the driveway and run him over. To make things worse, another old man rushed over to help, but in the heat of the moment also forgot to put his own truck into park, leading to his truck running over the man as well. The second man then called 911, and luckily somehow the old man didn't have any serious injuries. It was believed that his fat had cushioned him. Randy uploaded the video to his own channel, but it got struck down later after getting about 290,000 views. For some reason, he received a strike for fraud and not for violent content. Randy decided to send this video in to Ray William Johnson to use on his channel. It was used as part of a video called Too Fat to Die in June of 2011. The video was recorded from Randy's channel before it got taken down, with Randy's channel name in full view.
The kid who originally posted this actually vlogs regularly on YouTube, which usually isn't the case for people who post these videos. And good for him, you know?
This led to his channel getting a huge surge in viewership. The video also went to be shown on MTV, truTV, Maury, Fox, and even Tosh.0. Randy didn't really feel like uploading the video to his own channel again. He actually began to feel guilty about it, feeling that making so much money off a man's misfortune wasn't right. He even came to meet the man, Charlie, at a funeral of all places. Randy couldn't bear to tell him that he's the one who made him famous. He said that Charlie still had some issues walking, which made him feel even worse about uploading it in the first place. It was toward the end of Randy's senior year that his great-grandpa went to the hospital with lung problems. It seemed his health was rapidly deteriorating. Randy still had faith that he would be okay, though. At the same time, Bruno went to the hospital for a mysterious neck injury and an ear infection, only piling on the misfortune. It was around this time that Randy opened up about his depression on screen for the first time, if only briefly. Immediately after, he seemed embarrassed and tried to bounce back to his usual happy persona.
I've been really down lately, as you've been following my tweets and my Facebook, but I am happy again. I'm happy. I'm doing better now. It's just...
By now, it was almost time to graduate, but rather than spend time with his friends, Randy spent the week leading up to graduation playing Pokemon ROMs on his computer. By this point, he wasn't thinking about Ember quite as much as before, but she was still there in the background. On June 3rd of 2011, graduation finally came around. Randy's primary school career was finally over, and it was time for one last finale. He put on the traditional cap and gown and made his way downstage, finally grabbing the diploma that always seemed so far away. During the ceremony, when everyone threw their caps into the air, another student's cap went flying at an odd angle and struck Randy in the face right next to his eye.
All done. Crazy feeling. Cat hit me right in the face. Right smack in the face.
What hit you?
A girl's hat hit me right in the face.
While he was thoroughly embarrassed by it, it wasn't enough to ruin his day. He actually enjoyed himself. He even attended the after party with James and enjoyed the last time he would be with all of his high school friends. But then it was time to leave school for the final time.
See you in summer.
While Randy was graduating, his high school was actually being demolished in the background. This gave him a strange, bittersweet sort of feeling. He was happy that his high school era was over, but he felt that it was being erased at the same time.
That's where the gym was. My graduation day video also. That's where the majority of the second video was. Wow, I'm stepping on everything. 2007, seniors. It's all gonna come down. First ever homeroom. It's the last time I'm ever gonna be in my high school, and it's coming down. But this was my 9th grade homeroom. Oh, myself getting out of here first. Goodbye, Dallas Senior High School. You have been great. While I pass my high school here, well, what's left of my old high school, all that's left is just a little tiny bit of senior hall. I haven't really been up there since I made the video, but James has, Freak Show, the guy I've been putting in my videos lately, and it's basically all gone. It's a shame to see it go, and
After graduating, Randy didn't really have any reason to leave the house outside of his part-time job. He spent most of his time at home and got a lot closer to his dog Bruno. In those long stretches of being completely alone at the house, he could always depend on Bruno to be there and keep him company. Now, Randy didn't really have much more to do than prepare for college in the upcoming fall. Randy's parents were happy that he managed to get his grades up to a passing level so that he could continue on to college. He decided to proceed on to Luzerne County Community College and major in mass communications. He figured that he would take general classes there for 2 years before moving on to a major university afterwards. He debated on going to either Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, but he couldn't really choose. Either way, he had his whole life ahead of him. For now. Randy was now taking it easy in college. He liked that. With the way he had his classes planned, he would usually get home by noon. This would give him plenty of time to work on YouTube videos from here on out. For a few months, he was able to relax and enjoy this newfound freedom. With this freedom came the desire to act more like an adult. After drinking beer with his grandpa as a kid, Randy already felt that he liked alcohol. On New Year's, he went to a family party. It was here that his aunt made him a drink, which turned out to be a glass half Snapple and half vodka. He immediately got extremely sick, which his aunt found hilarious, but his mom not so much. She ended up taking him home, where he projectile vomited all over her and the car door. While this experience definitely wasn't good, Randy would often talk about it as a funny anecdote, and after developed quite a taste for drinking.
In my closet, I got beer bottles and beer cans in there that I drank over the years. I got like a Shiner bottle in there, a Coors Light, some energy drink cans, the Yingling Lager can, some Keystone Light, which some people really want. It's like the official beer of Pennsylvania. I'm not fond of Keystone Light. It's just too watery. I guess Coors Light's my favorite. I haven't really experimented with beer yet because I'm not 21.
While he hadn't been uploading much, on March 8th, 2012, a YouTuber named sQuintFlix collaborated with Randy and they uploaded a video together called Someone Stole My Channel, featuring Pioneers Productions. Randy was then also interviewed by another channel called Dinoman217 where he answered some basic questions. He felt like he was liking his life in college a lot more due to the freedom. In the fall of 2012, Randy really hit a creative stride. He made a video that would go on to be one of his personal favorites for the rest of his life, A Furby's Calling. It was a short horror film about a Furby appearing on Randy's car one night and stalking him. The video ends in a bloody showdown between Randy and the Furby, with the Furby ultimately burned to a crisp and defeated. It was notably much higher quality than usual, and Randy was pretty proud of that. It's clear he was beginning to put a lot more thought into the layouts of his shots and the lighting. The next video he made was much shorter and much less plot-driven, but very telling. Crazy Christmas Maniac. In this video, Randy lurked around the house in a Santa cap and held what appears to be a shotgun, playing some maniacal sort of Santa. Nobody really thought anything of this video at the time, but Randy later stated that this was the point where he began to have a very serious desire to end his own life and the lives of others. It's safe to say that the imagery was not subtle in hindsight. Randy's next video was much different than the last two horror-adjacent videos. In a video called Somber, he simply drives to a lake, throws a few rocks into the water, and thinks to himself. He later said that this was filmed while he was dealing with a pretty severe internal conflict with his own emotions, but didn't seem to feel that there was any sort of deeper meaning to the video beyond that. By this time, Froggy and Whale were still appearing in videos from time to time as well. Given that the character of the Whale was much more despicable and Froggy was more lovable, Randy seemed to have much more of a soft spot for him. It seemed that he could channel his more crazy antics from his older skits into Froggy, while he himself took on a mature character and got the best of both worlds. As Randy grew more depressed, he had a hard time conveying a comedic character himself. He was thinking about death far too often. When imagining a high school reunion, he wrote,
I wonder how many people will even know I'm dead at the first reunion. I have 0 people added on Facebook who I've met personally. Used to have like 250 people on there who I went to high school with. But now...
It didn't help that, after James and Randy both started attending separate colleges, they didn't see each other in person near as often anymore. It wasn't long before Randy's social circle dwindled down to absolutely nobody. He spent most of his time alone at home, inside and alone, while not at his part-time job. Even at his job, he only spoke to others when he absolutely had to. Maybe because he realized this, he got a few people together to revive Fat Ass and make a 23-minute movie. They reprised a lot of their stunts from the original series while adding in a lot more, this time in much better quality and without the creepiness of kids in various stages of nudity. Some of the skits are pretty funny, such as putting a "sorry for the damage" sticker on someone's car after doing no damage to it at all, or trying to order roast beef at McDonald's. This time, Randy mainly filmed more than anything. The video mostly consisted of Jeremy and his friends, with Randy actually appearing fairly little. February 13th, 2012 would mark one of the lowest points in Randy's entire life up until now. A classmate named Tom passed away in a car accident. Tom was actually a grade below Randy and was much more close to Jeremy than he was to him. But the two were actually about to work together at McDonald's before Randy quit, with Tom questioning him on where he went later on. While Randy only had spoken to him a few times, he said that he was a great guy. When he heard about the death, he said that something broke inside of him. He blew a fuse. It was the first time he had ever dealt with someone his age, actually even younger, passing away. Jeremy refused to even go to the funeral, as it was all too much. Randy wanted to go, though. He was fascinated with the concept of death now. He felt some urge to see it play out, but he never did go. Soon after this, an artist named Nathan Wills, who played music for SMP Films, took his own life. Randy was brought to tears over this as well. Due to these two deaths, Randy began wearing wristbands at all times in their honor. However, this only reminded him of their deaths and brought him to think about death and the afterlife just that much more.
This has "Rest in Peace Nathan Wills" on it, and on the other side it has a kid that died from my brother's grade on it. But I made a custom wristband. I think as far back as 2011, like November 2011 and on, I always have a wristband on. I never take them off. They are always on. I never take them off. And this one here is a custom-made one. This red and black. One kid that was in my brother's grade from the graduating class of this year got killed in a car accident back in February. And if you know Nathan Wills, who's done music for SMP Films videos, he has like 4 albums that you can download or buy. He took his own life back in July, I think. So I made a wristband, "Rest in Peace Nathan Wills," and "Rest in Peace" to the kid who died in the car crash. But
Randy began to worry so much about the fragility of life that his grades tanked again. When he talked to the school counselor about this, she wasn't very understanding. This caused his motivation to drop even further. Randy began to feel more and more morbid curiosity as to what death would actually be like. For some reason, he liked this new, dark place. But whether or not he liked it, it was impacting him. He began to fear things as simple as walking through his house, looking out the windows, or seeing a mirror.
Is when I'm going from my kitchen to my room, through the dark living room, I'm always afraid that there's going to be something watching me or creeping behind me, so I have to kind of turn and look out of the corner of my eye to see if there's anything behind me. Another thing I'm afraid of is sometimes just looking out the windows at night. I'm afraid I'm going to see somebody standing there. Like, I also will be afraid to look in mirrors at times just at night because I'm afraid I'm going to see like a figure or something in the mirror. Another one is obviously death. I've come close. I was driving my car and my driver's side tire fell off as I was going over 55 miles an hour on a back road, and I almost crashed. But pretty much everybody in the world fears death, at least at some point in their life.
On September 18th of 2012, Randy started another YouTube channel on the side called Worthless Toaster, mainly used to upload Ember songs from Danny Phantom. Unlike almost all of Randy's other channels, this one is actually still up on YouTube to this very day. That fall, Randy also picked up live streaming on Google Hangouts, doing it once or twice a month. He would spend most of the videos simply answering questions from his viewers related to his videos, but he would often derail the streams by ranting about how he wasn't copying Damien for 10 to 20 minutes at a time. A lot of the streams would get very monotonous as viewers would ask the same couple of questions over and over again, with Randy answering questions like, "What was your first game system?" in almost every stream. Randy himself would also bring up the very same topics in every single stream also, such as hating the way the YouTube chat is delayed or talking about how he didn't like the Blog TV platform, using the same talking points each and every time. On one live stream in October, Randy, randomly realizing that the year was 2012, brought up the theory that, due to the Mayan calendar ending that year, the world was going to end. Strangely enough, he used that as a jumping off point to bring up people ending their own lives before looking down somberly for a while.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to be dead in 2 months, aren't we? We got 2.5 months to live, guys. Oh no. That's my fear, is that there's going to be a lot of people committing suicide that week.
Randy would often go into long rants about how he hated bigger YouTubers. While talking about his own viewership going down and how he wasn't making enough to live, he would call bigger YouTubers sellouts on the regular. He especially hated gaming channels, which he harbored an extreme amount of hatred for. One of these YouTubers actually confronted Randy about it, but not in the way you might expect. He took the high road, and this left Randy feeling bad about speaking ill of him in the first place.
Fucking What the Buck Show, he subscribed to me, but on his Buck Games channel, but yeah, after confrontation I had with him, I was calling him out for being a sellout for money, making a gaming channel. So it was the perfect setup. I mean, I put him on the pedestal, I put him up on the spot, but then he killed me with kindness, and then I felt bad, and then I apologized and said it was fine or whatever, and then subscribed to me, and then followed me on Twitter, and it was weird how that just happened. Bad situation just turned good overnight.
With every stream, it was clear that Randy was growing more bored and disinterested. By winter, after low viewership, extremely repetitive questions, and simply getting bored with the whole thing, Randy stopped the live streams on Google Hangouts without saying much of anything. He tried again on Blog TV for a short while, doing one final stream, but he came to stop those as well. Throughout this time, even his viewers began to notice that he seemed different, asking him what was up.
Are you sad? I'm just a little bit tired. Not too tired. That's just how I look. I always look a little bit tired. I can't fake being tired. It's just how I look.
He also began to be a bit more self-conscious that people might think something was up with his identity.
And I guess from the beginning it was kind of gay. Pioneers Productions. I'm not gay though. I'm straight. That's why I don't want to give people the false impression that I'm gay. Just covering up through a character and expressing it that way. That's not it at all. That's just a character I play. That's it. But I myself, I'm not gay. I just made the character gay, which I don't want people getting the false impression of that. Like I said so long ago, people are going to get the impression that I'm gay, but I'm not. But as long as it's funny, I don't care what I do in the video. So
Randy's grades in college were suffering as well. He had a lot of D's that he had to work up to C's just to stay in the school's good graces. At his school, anything below a C was not a passing grade. However, on YouTube, things were doing alright. Randy had made about $500 from AdSense by this point, and Damien had talked him into signing up for a network called Machinima. During his first semester of college, Randy had met another classmate named Matt in his video production class, not the same Matt from his childhood. They came together to work on a few different projects and had a friendly, albeit casual connection. While they didn't hang out outside of class, they did have some fun moments together, like writing curse words on a teleprompter only for their professor to walk in. Matt would also take over on any projects related to audio, which Randy had very little interest in. He said that he resembled Evan Peters, who Randy was a fan of. When Randy came back for his spring semester, his professor pulled him aside during his script writing class and asked if he was okay. Randy had no idea what he was talking about. The professor clarified by asking him if he was okay with what happened to Matt. Randy was still completely oblivious. This man then explained to Randy that he had passed away suddenly in a car accident over winter break. Randy was shocked and even felt guilty. He felt guilty because he hadn't even known this whole time and was behaving as normal all while his friend was dead. Randy had actually been hearing rumors around town that an 18-year-old student had died, but he was completely unaware that it was his friend. This was only 1 year after Tom's death, and this one shook Randy so much more. In his own words, he said, "Tom Lynch's death scarred me. This one unplugged the plug out of the outlet." This whole thing destroyed him. He was completely broken and shut down almost entirely. He felt blank, like time slowed down. He couldn't stop thinking about it for months. This was the point where Randy truly changed. While he had shown signs of trouble before, everything would come pouring out at full force now. One night, Randy had a complete breakdown in the car. He got emotional and felt like he had to record a statement right then and there. Since Matt's death, he had started acting very differently. He started to feel like he was losing his touch on YouTube. He even felt more bad than necessary for blocking trolls. For the first time, he actually spoke out about his depression without trying to minimize it. He even began to cry on camera. Even fast food workers had noticed something was up with him.
I don't acknowledge the people who watch my videos as much, or as nearly as much as I should, and that really gets me down, and I haven't been really happy lately, and I've been down and miserable for months now, and I haven't been able to figure out what it is, and I really feel like I've strayed away from acknowledging people. I've blocked so many people over the past 5 years. Like some of you, there was reasons, but you know, like people, I really feel I just shot them out. You know, it's not fair what I've done to people. Just people who really enjoyed my videos, I just blocked and said, "Get out of here, leave." I feel like I've just been trying to be, I don't know, like bigger than what I am. I never really interacted with people much in school. I was just there to be there, and the way I was headed after that, had I not done YouTube videos, which I started doing videos in 9th grade, just know deep down that I truly mean everything I said, and that I love you all. I just went to get some food and never had this happen before. The clerk even realized I didn't look happy. That something might have been bothering me. I just said it was nothing, but that was pretty interesting. I'll end this now.
Randy stopped going to class entirely for a while. He would pretend he was going to class, but he would actually just sit in the car and do nothing for hours on end until it was time to go home. There was another thing bothering him, the number 13. Randy was very superstitious in the fact that he felt 13 was a very unlucky number. For a long time, he had dreaded having to live through the year 2013. He just knew something bad would happen. He had no doubt, and surprisingly, he was not wrong. Randy lists January 26, 2013 as the date when his life began to fall apart. Not only did Matt die, but Randy's great-grandfather lost his battle with illness and passed away as well. This was after being so scarred by the previous 2 deaths. Then another student that he went to high school with came to pass away as well.
One guy did actually die in my grade after graduation, like 2 years after graduating from an allergic reaction to something. Keith, you were one of the very few guys who could make me laugh, and it saddens me to know that you died so young, but as I always say, they're better off.
By now, Randy had experienced 6 separate deaths between 2012 and 2013. While some of them weren't all that close to him, not really even worth mentioning, he did know 3 out of the 4 of them that were his age or younger. After all of this, the roof caved in on Randy's home and crashed down into a well pump in his basement, causing a great deal of flood damage to the house. Then he was in a parking lot when a guy in a parking spot in front of him abruptly pulled out backwards very quickly without checking and backed into him. He hit Randy's car, causing him to fly back and hit another car behind him as well. With the front and back of his car wrecked, it was totaled. Shortly after this, Jeremy went on to lose his car too. He ran a stop sign, causing him to crash into another vehicle. All in all, the two cars would have needed over $7,500 to fix at a time when prices were actually much lower. He felt that the world was completely out to get him now. He got a new car later on, but he still really missed that first car. He started skipping classes more than even before. But since it was already so late in the semester, there wasn't much time for his grades to fall that much, and he managed to pass with A's and B's. At this point, Randy stopped caring about work and school entirely. He said that YouTube was the only thing that made him happy. The problem was, he was never in the habit of uploading consistently. He would go months without posting any content at times. Now that he was thinking about death as often as he did, he decided that he wanted to cherish his loved ones more. Mainly, he was talking about Bruno. The old dog was now getting up there in years and had had some medical problems in the past. From this point onwards, Bruno started appearing in a lot of videos.
But yeah, I'll probably do these videos every now and then just because I like putting Bruno in my videos, especially while I have him. So, just like to cherish the memories while I can, so...
Randy got a new car and really tried to be optimistic, but it's hard to tell who he was trying to convince more, himself or his viewers.
But besides that, everything's going well now. I just had a really down shit streak where nothing was going right for me, and if you've seen Twitter and Facebook. But things are looking up, and I'm on spring break now, so I'm happier. So things can only get better, right?
He tried to convince his audience that he was feeling better now, but that was all a front. It was anything but true. He felt less motivation to work on his YouTube channel. While he had already lost motivation for everything else in his life, he usually maintained a fair deal of passion for the channel, but even that was beginning to waver. He really wanted to do something more original with better editing that took more skill. Due to this desire and everything else going on, 2013 was a very dry year for videos. Randy hated gaming channels with a passion. He felt that they were simply a way for YouTubers to sell out. A popular game would come out, they would overreact to it and crack jokes, then make money purely based on their own fan base willing to watch whatever they put out. Then they would edit the streams down into clip compilations and make even more money. Randy thought that it was a scummy tactic and was very vocal about it. Still though, he did love gaming. He usually played Call of Duty Black Ops 2 religiously with Damien and a couple of other friends. By now, he felt that Damien was his best online friend.
Damien's done so much for me, and I can't even explain my gratitude for it. He has been the biggest help, the best internet friend I've ever had.
Despite previously consistently calling YouTubers sellouts for making gaming channels, he decided to take a shot at making one himself. He did all he could to justify why his content was different.
Now, I did something that a lot of people probably do. I just used to make compilations of us playing games with Xbox friends, and then I'll just edit a compilation afterwards. I wouldn't, overreact just to make a video. Maybe one time, but other than that, it was pretty much legit stuff. Or I'd make a video when I was drunk or whatever, and then...
However, his gaming content was anything but original. He played and reacted to all of the popular games that everyone was streaming at the time. Slenderman, Five Nights at Freddy's, Call of Duty, you name it. Randy would later say that this channel was mainly an outlet for him to deal with stress, but it's quite evident that he always wanted to live off of ad revenue and was searching high and low for a way to make that happen easily, as making his regular content took substantially more effort. While Randy was really getting into Black Ops 2, he decided to use the game's built-in emblem creator, a function where you make an icon for your player, to make an image of none other than Ember McLean. He enjoyed seeing and recording people's reactions as they actually recognized the character, even if they didn't seem to like Danny Phantom all that much.
You gotta shoot these. Yeah,
obviously I don't play this game.
I didn't really like
Charges acquired.
I didn't really like you.
Randy was playing Black Ops 2 one day when two words popped into his mind: Ghost Squad. He just thought it sounded cool as a team name, so he decided to use the clan tag function to represent Ember as well. The clan tag allows you to use 4 characters to represent your team name. Given that Ember's Ghost Squad was too long to fit into 4 spaces, he went with EGS. The significance of that moment could not be overstated. Randy began work on another horror production, one that he would call The Figure in Black. This featured Randy being stalked by a mysterious stranger in his home, but it's unknown where the video might have gone after that, as it was left unfinished. This wasn't due to choice, but due to the fact that Randy's hard drive crashed while he was in the middle of making it. His iMac had completely broken down, with his graphics card and his hard drives being a total loss. All of his video and photo content was seemingly completely gone. Luckily, Randy's aunt seemed to know someone who might be able to restore the data, but it would cost some money. Randy didn't care though. He paid $700 to at least get his content back after a few months. However, despite that, he had already lost the drive to continue working on the figure in black.
I just had no motivation, no reason to get up in the morning even. Minus the YouTube channel. That was really my only motivation, was to try to keep doing YouTube videos, just to do something to take my mind off this stuff, which I just couldn't. But for some odd reason, the Ember character from Danny Phantom brought me into new light for some reason. I don't know what it is about it, but that's when that first started.
It was because of this random fried hard drive that Randy had plenty of time to think about his next big project. A project that, little did anyone know, he was much more passionate about than any other before.
I didn't live long enough to move out of my childhood home, but what I quickly began to realize was that this place isn't my true home. The Ghost Squad is.
As Randy's teen years came to an end and he began to enter into his 20s, his mood only continued to get worse. Ever since Tom and Matt's deaths, compounded with all the bad luck in 2013, he was never able to recover. Never again would he be the happy, humorous guy he used to be, or at the very least, the character who he used to be able to fake his way through acting. One major problem with Randy's life now that he entered into his 20s was pressure from his father. While it's likely his father was only trying to push him into adulthood by asking him about work and his plans, Randy couldn't handle the pressure. He felt as if all he cared about was whether or not he had money or a career, and that nobody even saw him as a person anymore. Randy's content began to change as well during this time. From here on out, his skits would be anything but humorous. Now, all of his videos would have much more of a focus on horror, death, and the afterlife. And even more than before, red flags came to pop up one after another with no end in sight.
I kept going into darker places, and this character was always in that dark place with me. It's very hard to explain. And then in 2013, when I totaled my car and had some weird experiences I dealt with about like friends passing away or relatives passing away and all this stuff that happened within like this little month and a half span, it just went full force after that with this Ember thing.
Now, more than ever, Randy couldn't stop thinking about Ember. He said,
I just kept looking at her and it's like she got it. She understood me, I understood her, we had feelings for each other, and it was way more than just a simple connection. It was life-changing.
Randy began to obsessively listen to a low-quality rip of the song Remember that Ember sang in Danny Phantom. This was only a partial cut of the song in 480p quality with background sounds interfering. He longed for the full, HD, uncut version of the song to listen to. By now, Randy's Ember obsession had grown obvious to even his friends. They would often joke that she was his waifu, which is a cartoon/anime character that people claim is their favorite woman or fantasize about being in a relationship with. Randy didn't really see Ember in this way though, instead seeing her as a godlike figure that could bring him comfort. This was something that he wasn't quite ready to tell anyone else though. Randy began looking for another job, but the search was nothing but disheartening for him. He couldn't find a single other job out there. As a result, he started thinking about ending his life even more. At this point, he had nothing but a burning hatred for the outside world. Even when he did eventually get a few calls back from prospective employers, he was simply too jaded to even answer their calls or return their emails. He just didn't have any desire to work anymore. Randy didn't even want to make new friends anymore. He wasn't used to socializing one bit. In fact, while working at the supermarket, he began to fantasize about hurting the customers. Randy had even grown tired of his audience on Pioneer's productions. He really wanted to get away from the few fans he had left. The same people who he once considered to be some of his only friends were starting to drive him crazy. While it's likely they hadn't done anything to offend him, he was still so tired of interacting with anyone at all that even people he once liked seemed like nothing but a chore. While Randy had lost a lot of motivation for YouTube at this point, little did he know that 2014 would come to be what he considered to be his best year on the platform. However, for his audience, Randy's next set of videos would be unlike anything anyone expected. With 2014 came the first episode in what Randy would call his finale series, a planned set of 5 videos to end his channel. The first video in this new series was shocking to his fans and profoundly offensive to a lot of people. This would be January 23rd's video called Amnesia Rape. This video was actually first intended to be a standalone Froggy and Whale video, but Randy ended up deciding to expand on it quite a bit. In this video, Randy seems to bid farewell to his Talking Objects videos in one of the most bizarre ways possible. The video starts with Randy trying to pull what he calls a weight off the top shelf in his closet. When he pulls it down, it hits him on the head and knocks him out. Hearing this, Froggy comes in to check on him. At first he panics, but then Randy wakes up. However, Randy has lost his memory. He's a person that no longer understands that toys can speak. Froggy, instead of helping, ties Randy to a chair. He has dark plans for him. He calls Whale into the room as he grabs a video camera. He then tells Whale to finally have his way with Randy. Randy tries to escape but falls over on his side. Whale then jumps onto his backside and proceeds to force himself on him. This all takes place while Froggy records the whole thing and laughs at him.
This is good footage right here! Amazing footage! Come on, score! Score!
Randy gets his memory back and realizes what's going on. He then screams for Froggy to give him the tape, but he refuses. So Randy then breaks free from the restraints and proceeds to beat both Froggy and Whale until the video ends. The scene is played off as more creepy than funny by a long shot. Randy later said that he thought up this video while lifting heavy objects at work and imagining what could happen if they fell on his head. At first, he wanted for Froggy and Whale to tie him up and throw a party upstairs. While this is probably what the old Randy would have done, the new Randy felt it was too childish for his new, darker self. Instead, he turned it into what he calls a dark comedy, with comedy being used very loosely. The only really positive event during the first half of 2014 was when Randy came to discover a local band from Nanticoke, Pennsylvania called Send Request. He just happened to attend one of their shows in March. When hearing one of their songs, titled Comeback Song, he felt that the song was speaking to him. It seemed to describe the way he was feeling, mainly these few lines. They all say I'm broken, they never meant anything to me, can't they just leave me be to my own fantasy? I'm lost here, I'm jaded, stuck in my own misery. This is my comeback song, it's only meant to fucking prove you wrong. I am so far from being famous. I know you're not the same as me and that's the way I want it to be. Randy ended up being loose friends with the band members, mainly their lead singer Andrew Blank. He hoped that at some point he could either collab with them or work on some of their music videos. They would fairly often talk about music while Randy complimented them on their songs, especially the lyrics. Randy finally felt a small drive to finish college after watching them perform and even went on to edit their music video for their song Over and Out. Randy still had some friends and casual fans of his channel in his life, around 4 or 5 of them at this point. These friends would often comment on his rant posts online, usually with comments that he didn't like to hear. One of these friends was named Dave. Dave had been around for a very long time by this point, since some of the blog TV streams back in 2009. Dave was gay, something that made Randy uncomfortable. However, out of all of Randy's online friends, none of them realized exactly how uncomfortable he really was. One of Randy's oldest fans / online friends was Thomas, who went by the name Imatu on his streams. Imatu decided to poke fun at Randy and Dave by writing a fanfiction for Randy and pretending that Dave wrote it. He released the whole thing in chapters and, by the end, wrote a 51-page story about him called A Gift for Randy. This single fanfiction would cause an explosive chain reaction that would lead to what Randy himself called Randygate. The problem was, this fanfiction was very homosexual. This made Randy extraordinarily uncomfortable. In the story, Randy catches Imatu touching himself while reading some hentai behind a tree, leaving him very awkward. At the end of the story, Randy begins to stroke himself in bed to the thought of it. Not only did the story include those scenes, but it also implied that Randy needed to grow up and stop putting himself in terrible situations. The story ends with an About the Author section that clearly puts Dave in a negative light, but Randy didn't catch on. At first, Randy tried to say that he liked it, but he didn't. After a few days, he blocked Dave on social media when it all became too awkward, still not knowing that Dave hadn't actually written it. Dave got pretty angry and took to Twitter to give his 2 cents, with Randy saying it felt like he had just broken up with a longtime partner by the way he was talking. Imatu, possibly feeling guilty, continued to bring Dave up in Randy's live streams. Randy then felt that he had no choice but to block him as well, cutting his already small circle down even more. After a while, though, Randy realized the error of his ways and unblocked the both of them. It seems that, at some point, he came to find out that Dave hadn't actually written the story and that the whole thing was a joke. After he apologized, all seemed well. For now. On Randy's Worthless Toaster account, where he posted Ember's music, he received a comment at around 3:15 in the morning on April 6th on his upload of Remember. It said, "Worthless Toaster, I have found the HD version of the song." Randy couldn't believe what he was reading at first. He just listened in awe. It was true. It was the full HD version of the song that he had been searching for years. The commenter, named Smile for the Ghost, had found the song on the singer's online portfolio. As it seems, the Danny Phantom fanbase had been incorrectly spelling her name for years, leading to nobody discovering the portfolio until that moment. Randy said,
I remember having so much fucking adrenaline flowing through me. It was the best feeling I had ever had in my life. Nothing has ever come close before or since. I remember being up until 6:30 in the morning uploading it to YouTube and having 3 Budweisers. Even saved one of the bottles and wrote the date on it. It was the happiest I had ever felt in my life, and it will never be topped.
With this, Randy decided that he needed to make a video about the song. This would become the 2nd episode in his finale series, one called The Search for Remember. The video starts with Randy being frustrated that the Remember song still hasn't been fully released in all these years. He only hit dead end after dead end while looking for it. He's so distraught by this that he actually picks up a rope and begins to tie it around his neck before suddenly he hears the song playing in the distance. Even though this scene was played for laughs to the audience, Randy did confirm later that he was actually debating heavily on ending his life more than ever by this point. None other than Froggy appears to torment Randy once again. He says that he has the only copy of the song in the world, and he has it on his own private IP address that refreshes every 5 seconds. Wanting to torture him even further, Froggy refuses to let him have the song. Randy chases Froggy out to the backyard but can't find him. Then he remembers where frogs like to be, the water. He finds Froggy at a swampy area of the backyard. He watches in agony as Froggy throws the laptop into the mud, destroying it. Froggy then taunts him as he runs back to his house, distraught. While Randy looks for a new place to hang his rope, he falls and lands on a knife. As Froggy taunts him even further, he slowly starts to fade out.
These last 10 years have been a never-ending scavenger hunt for Danny Phantom fans. Many have tried to find it, all have failed. And now, you lose.
Funnily enough, despite having both official and self-drawn Art of Ember to use at this point, he uses his Black Ops 2 emblem Art of Ember as a transition in this video. He then awakens in his room, with the whole thing seemingly having been a nightmare. As he goes to his computer, he then finds that the entire song really had been uploaded for real, just as it was in reality. And then, for the last time, Bruno appears in one of Randy's videos. The husband of Robin Kermisi, the singer of Remember, actually saw the Search for Remember video by pure chance and showed it to his wife. She then looked Randy up and added him on Facebook. This would mark one of the highest points of Randy's YouTube career. Not only was the song found, but he was personally recognized by the singer and even got to interact with her. Randy's fan-made music video for the song ended up becoming his most viewed video of all time on any channel, getting millions of views. To this day, it is still available on YouTube. This high wouldn't go on for much longer. Randy had begun filming the next video in his series, but not too long after, his best friend, his dog Bruno, would pass away. While his family had kept a few pets over the years, he was much closer to Bruno than any. After Bruno contracted pneumonia in his old age, the family had no choice but to have him put down. Extremely depressed, Randy made a tear-jerking tribute video to Bruno and posted it on his channel. Later on, he took in an injured stray cat named Kitty and helped her get back to health.
And this past year, I just haven't produced much. And I've made a decision that I'm going to be doing at least 3 more videos, and that's going to be it. I feel like I've done my part for YouTube. I feel like I've done what I set out to do, and there's nothing more for me to do for a YouTube channel. There's multiple reasons for this. I've lost the motivation to do it, mainly because of everything that's happened in my personal life over the last year and a half. I'm sick of putting so much work into videos and not getting anywhere with it. You know, I've said that about the gaming channel too, but it's just not fun anymore. YouTube was the funnest thing I had in my life. I wanted it to be my career, but that's not going to happen. I think it's time for me to stop.
Randy really wanted to distance himself from his earlier, more comedic and silly content. He decided to clear it off of his main channel entirely. On May 25th, he began to upload it all to a new channel, one that he called Pioneer's Anthology. This is where his gaming content would now be uploaded as well. Randy graduated from college that summer. While he should have been happy, he was not. As a prelude to his next video, he opened up about his continuing problems with depression on camera.
And like you'd expect, I was ecstatic when I graduated, but in all honesty, shortly afterwards, I started to get more and more depressed because this was something that's been going on with my life since 2012, and it progressively started to get worse, and I had no motivation to do anything, no motivation to look for work or anything, because that was also something I was struggling with what I wanted to do with my life, because for the longest time I wanted to do just YouTube videos, but I couldn't make a living off of that.
August 25th, 2014 was a big day. It was the release date for the 3rd episode in the finale series, one titled Extinction. This is where Randy would lean into including Ember in his own videos as a character, and was, by far without a doubt, the most dark content he had ever produced by this point. In the video, Randy finds that the tape that Froggy recorded of him being assaulted by Whale has leaked onto the internet. This leak led him to getting fired from his job. Randy goes into an absolute fury as he looks for Whale. Froggy unwillingly tells him where he is, wondering what he might do. Randy then menacingly tells Froggy that he owes him one. As Froggy begs him to not do anything crazy, Randy tapes him to a table so that he can go find Whale. He stabs a knife into the ground by Whale when he comes into the room. When Whale makes a sexual remark, Randy again goes berserk. Whale blames Froggy, saying that he did it as revenge for beating him up in a previous video. Randy then goes into a monologue, one that very well may be telling.
You know something? All these years, I've put up with your shit. Your homosexuality, your constant masturbating, and most of all, the public humiliation that you've caused me.
He then brutally stabs Whale over and over again with CGI blood splattering on screen before completely chopping him in half. Whale then utters his last words as Randy leaves. He returns to Froggy, taped to a table. Froggy begs for his life while Randy mocks him. He takes Froggy to see Whale's dead body as Froggy screams in horror.
You know what you are, Froggy? You're a slob that can't pull his own weight. You're an arrogant prick that feeds off my emotions. Day in and day out, do you know what you do? You bring me down into the depths of despair with a small glimmer for happiness.
Randy then gives a parting speech to Froggy as well. When Froggy asks why he's doing this, Randy says, "It's because she told me to," before his Black Ops 2 Ember emblem comes sliding in from behind the door. He then brutally kills Froggy as well, actually tearing the toy completely into bits with his knife. Froggy then tells Randy in his last words that there is a CD hidden under his bed. 2 days later, Randy finds the CD. Playing it, he sees a video of Froggy and Whale telling him how much they love him. They apologize for humiliating him and promise to do better. This brings Randy to tears. He then breaks down in immediate regret. Ember appears and tells Randy that he did what he had to do, to forget them because he still had her. The video ends with a happy montage of Froggy and Whale's previous moments as Ember is portrayed in a creepy light, stalking Randy from behind. Around this time, Randy started to refer to Ember not as Ember McLean, as she was called in Danny Phantom, but as Ember Flores instead, possibly to avoid future copyright concerns. He said that since he didn't sell merch and only used original art, using the character would be legal. Randy had tried to do Ember's voice himself, but it only sounded like Froggy. For the first time, he searched online to hire a voice actress for one of his videos. One of his online friends and a big fan of his channel, Mallory, had sent him fan art over the years and at least had a female voice. He reached out to her and she agreed to do the lines. Randy began to develop his own soundtrack for these videos as well, even uploading them to Bandcamp as albums to purchase. Viewers were actually pretty disgusted and disturbed by the video, especially with Randy's performance that was acted out a little too well and the gratuitous violence toward the end. Randy's descent into madness was becoming more clear even to the casual viewer. The regret expressed over killing Froggy in the video wasn't only for show, it was for real. Randy immensely regretted killing off these two characters and destroying these two toys that had been there for his entire YouTube journey. Mainly Froggy though, as Whale's character was very dark and unlikable from the beginning. He already felt guilty for burning Mr. Horsehead years back, and he wasn't even nearly as attached to him. This was something that hurt both emotionally and physically. Randy had actually stabbed Froggy so intensely that he had severed a tendon in his finger, leaving him without much use of his hand. Still though, Randy felt a little bit of joy after this video, feeling that YouTube had given him a voice. However, this bit of happiness dried up pretty severely when he had to undergo 3 surgeries for what he had done to his hand. He had been stabbing the toy so passionately that he didn't even realize he was tearing his own hand apart. While recovering from surgery, he got even more depressed. This would leave him unable to make videos for a while. Randy decided to take up a full-time job at his mother's hospital, mainly working in the stock rooms. He worked one day and quit, immediately feeling that it wasn't really for him. The hospital was about 20 floors tall, and he had to spend all day going back and forth to different stock rooms. He felt that he would lose his mind even more than he already had. He later said,
"That was where I hit rock bottom. I had no money coming in, somehow got my part-time job back at the store that week, and then had the hand surgery at the end of the month."
Randy ended up becoming a night shift manager at the supermarket in August, but he hated the job immensely. He felt it ruined him, that it sucked out all of his motivation.
If you work in retail and you hate it, get the fuck out. That's all I can say. If you work at Walmart, Kmart, Target, it doesn't matter if it's like where. If it's retail, get the fuck out. Because it will more than likely than not make you partially psychotic. And I'm not saying that to be funny, because I've had so many thoughts of just shooting that place up that I've long lost count. It's into the fucking thousands. And I'm this close to getting a shotgun. I'm this close. I'm so close I can fucking smell the gunpowder. And I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome.
By August, Randy had been talking more and more with a few people on Twitter in his circle named Sammy and Haley. They had enjoyed Randy's videos years prior while he was still doing more comedic stunts. Sammy, Haley, Thomas, aka Imatu, and another guy named Dave, and one more girl named Nellie all formed a little bubble, being Randy's closest online friends. While Randy would later often refer to them as his annoying fans, they considered themselves to be more of friends. They would often try and help Randy out with his channel by retweeting and liking all of his posts about new videos on Twitter. However, this was something that came to annoy Randy. He didn't understand that they were trying to help out and felt more like they were being clingy with him, something he felt pressured from. Sammy in particular had been going through a rough patch in her personal life, and as a result, she had threatened to end her life on Twitter multiple times, sometimes tagging Randy as she said her goodbye to YouTubers she often watched. Given that Randy had his own struggles, he couldn't manage talking her down from her own. Sammy would sometimes then disappear from Twitter for days, leaving him with nothing to do but refresh over and over again to see if she came back. This would continue for nearly a year. Haley would also come to bother Randy as well, saying that Sammy was in a bad place and only needed help. This would also continue for quite a while. In addition to those problems, Randy would also talk about considering ending his life with them on multiple occasions. As it continued to happen, they all urged him to seek help. However, Randy adamantly refused to get help, taking offense to the suggestion each and every time. While they could see the cracks forming and were merely trying to help him out, he took it as a personal insult. Ultimately, Randy would block Haley, Sammy, and Imatu once again. Ironically, Dave, who Randy thought wrote the fanfiction that started the whole Twitter downfall, remained unblocked. However, he would come to unblock everyone once again and, although less than before, continue to talk to them as friends and use them as somewhat of personal therapists. In October, Randy met up with Andrew from Sin Request in order to give him a music video that he could re-edit for class. A few days later, they met up again at a CVS so that Randy could get his external hard drive back. They chatted for a while, with Andrew telling him a lot of behind-the-scenes info about where the band was going. Little did Andrew know, though, that Randy, like a rabid fanboy, had recorded both of these meetings with his iPhone in his pocket from start to finish. Randy was very happy to have these insider interviews all to himself, but little did he know at the time, this would be the last time he would ever see Andrew again. Randy was having more and more trouble holding it together at the supermarket. He was constantly fantasizing about killing his coworkers, holding a deep hatred for them that nobody even realized.
I want to get a shotgun and execute every soul in that goddamn supermarket. You retarded fucks who dedicate your life to retail should be shot in the legs, hanged by your toes, have acid thrown on your face, and have your neck slit slowly from ear to ear. Never in my life have I ever witnessed such a disgrace for a life than living in retail.
Randy then decided to quit his job at the supermarket. He just couldn't stand working there anymore. It made him want to end his own life even more than he did when he was isolated at home. He felt that having this job only made everything even worse than it already was. He would spend some days sitting on the floor of the closet in his bedroom in complete depression, unable to do anything. Later that month, though, Randy would come to release the fourth part of the finale series, this time with a video called Resurrection. While Randy wasn't proud of his animation here, he did consider the video to be one of his favorites. In the video, Ember's PNG floats around Randy as he looks for Froggy and Whale's destroyed bodies. She explains she had thrown them away, angering him. Froggy and Whale's loving comments are mixed with their death screams in his head as he drives around depressed. Ember keeps telling him that he had to do it. Randy said that he killed his friends and took a life, something he couldn't help but regret. This made him think about his own mortality even more. He says he wants to end it all to find real happiness and become a ghost like Ember. The next morning, he gets a phone call from a restricted number. The caller says that her name is Jenny and she's looking for a friend. Randy goes back to sleep. In commentary, Randy explains that Jenny is actually Froggy disguising his voice. She keeps calling before finally asking Randy to play hide and seek. Reluctantly, he agrees. He checks security camera footage of the house to see what looks like Froggy in a corner. He freaks out as Ember chastises him. Froggy's ghost then appears behind her. The ghost follows Randy down the stairs and backs him into a corner. Whale then appears and then causes him to run once more. He bolts outside to his car, but he can't find his keys. Froggy and Whale corner him in a hallway as he searches for them. Whale is just about to kill him before he's shot by Ember's plasma bullet. Randy begs her to save him. Ember then fires an energy blast at the two ghosts, turning them back into their destroyed toy bodies before they vanish. Ember then insults Randy as he lies hurt on the ground. Somehow Froggy and Whale are back as normal toys. She explains that by sacrificing himself, he lifted the curse and they were just ordinary toys again. He asks her to bring them back to life and fix his mistake. He says that he now realizes that the curse was actually a gift all along. He's told that, in order to do so, he must resurrect Mr. Horsehead, the first person he killed. In the credits of the video, Randy notably credits both Andrew Blank, the singer of Sin Request, and Butch Hartman, the creator of Danny Phantom. There was a time when Randy intended to kill off his character by having him die from the final blast and come back as a ghost. He intended to use a green screen to show himself as a ghost at the end of the video before setting up for a sequel, but he decided against it. He would save that one for later. Now he had nothing to do but get back to work on the next episode in the series, one that he would call Absolution. He would film for the rest of the year up until January of 2015. On January 12, 2015, Absolution was released. This was, at the time, the fifth and final video in the finale series, one that Randy hoped to use to transition into what would be his next project, fully animated content. It begins with Randy playing the piano. It fades as one of Sin Request's tracks plays while the intro starts. The screen then pans to a depressed Randy, surrounded by beer bottles as he mourns Froggy and Whale. He explains he has been in a coma for the last month since he was hit with Ember's energy blast. When he wakes up, he wonders how he can resurrect Mr. Horsehead. Ember, now in much higher quality, apologizes for vaporizing the toys, but Randy can only blame himself. In a flashback, Randy hops on to play some Black Ops 2. He begins a recreation of how he created Ember in the Emblem Creator. Given that she's mostly made up of geometric shapes, it goes pretty smoothly. He uses all 32 of the available layers to make it as good as he can. Then he gets into some matches. He says that he's been lost his whole life and alone without her. He reminisces on his simple, happy childhood where he felt like he could do anything. But as an adult, he says that he felt everything was out to get him and that he became afraid of life. For the first time publicly, he reveals that he has violent ideation, saying that he distanced himself from people as he was afraid of hurting them. He tells Ember that he needs to get over his past mistakes. Randy puts Whale and Froggy's bodies into a box before taping it up. Memories of his times with them flood his mind as he walks outside, both good and bad. But still, he chooses to move on. He places the box down and grabs a can of gasoline. He lights the box and watches it burn as he wipes a tear away. He gives the box, with Froggy and Whale's remains seemingly not even being in there, one last look before returning home. Ember tells Randy she'll always be there for him. Randy then tells her he's ready before abruptly pulling out a toy gun and firing it against the side of his head. A bunch of embers flood the screen before a mysterious new set of eyes appears. It's Randy, and he's now a ghost. This would be the first time that his fans would ever hear about any sort of plan like this, and they believed that it was nothing but fiction. With Absolution finished, Randy still wanted to make a sequel, one that he would call Curtain Call. He went back and forth with Andrew Blank about recording some tracks and making some original music for the video. He never would go on to finish Curtain Call, giving up and choosing to release it in its unfinished state. Randy worked on the video for 8 months, but he just wasn't happy with the way it turned out. He had planned for this video to be a final 2-parter, but instead scrapped it and moved on. October 12, 2015 was when the unfinished Curtain Call video was released. This featured much more usage of animated characters placed over live-action settings, something Randy was having a lot of trouble producing to this extent. He even got Damien on board to voice a character, one that would never return. In the end, Randy decided to take this as a positive and consider this video to be animation practice. The video notably starts off with a new intro, one featuring Ember and now other ghost girls as well. Randy was really beginning to distance himself from Pioneer's productions as he leaned much more heavily into his Ember-centric content. The video starts with SendRequest holding a recording session at a fictional school that they call Morrison High School. This is in promotion of their upcoming tour. They start playing a song as crude animations of Randy's new original ghost characters appear, characters that he refers to as the Ghost Squad. The different ghost girls are all simply recolors of Ember at this point. A different looking ghost is lying on the bed, one implied to be Randy after the ending of Absolution. However, this plotline ends abruptly. Backstage, a few of the ghosts argue about the recording. One of the girls wants to be on stage. The girl, Celesta, appears on stage for a while until it appears that SendRequest can actually see her. She disappears and leaves them frazzled. The band then continues to play again. Celesta then pulls the power line to the building and the video ends. The band is left angry as the other ghost girl calls her a bitch. The video was actually recorded at Luzerne County Community College throughout one day. Originally, it was going to be Randy's new ghost character and Ember together in the recording studio, but he decided to go with 2 other characters instead. The idea for this episode came from American Horror Story, specifically an episode in the 4th season called Curtain Call. Randy went through a long, troubled process to find voices for the new characters. He found Celesta's actress by pure chance. While he was asking Mallory to provide her voice as well, her younger sister decided to offer to do it instead. Randy immediately liked her tone and felt it fit. Either way, Randy continued to practice his animation. This was going to be his new line of content from here on out. He said himself that he sacrificed the bulk of 2015 to study animation religiously. Over time, he did get better. He had gone from a static image of a Call of Duty emblem to, at least, characters with moving eyes, mouths, and arms. He would show this off in his next video, one entitled Welcome to the Squad, where he would try mixing animation with live action for a second time. Aside from his progress in learning animation, Randy was not doing well. His depression was now worse than it had ever been. He had completely isolated himself. He was barely eating. He wanted to shed his mortal identity much in the way he did in Absolution. He began mulling around the idea of changing his name. For the time being, he would come to call himself by a new name within his series to signify his transformation into a ghost, Andrew Stair. Randy still really wanted to make a true sequel to Absolution after the failure that was Curtain Call. He finally released a new video on October 16th, 2015, that being Welcome to the Squad. This time he partnered up his Andrew character with Celesta and a new character named Allegro as they all come to Earth on a mission. Funnily enough, Randy got this idea from a trip to Taco Bell. When he was there, 3 teenagers were sitting together in the car in front of him. He felt that the animation would be more interesting if he had friends himself. He ended up taking a lot of inspiration from My Little Pony Equestria Girls to come up with the designs for the new characters. Originally, this too was planned to be part of a much longer, film-length version of Curtain Call that was scrapped. It was simply too big of a project to work on at this stage of his animation career. In the original story, Froggy would appear as a ghost girl and learn to cast spells, and there would be evidence that Whale came back as a ghost girl as well, but this never came to be. Unfortunately, Randy would abandon this project partway through as well. As he did with Curtain Call, he released a video in its unfinished state and uploaded it to his channel. It begins right at the end of Absolution, with Randy lying dead on the ground. He then goes into a monologue about people's identities. He says that it's all meaningless while showing graveyard imagery. He explains how ghosts are different than people, that they don't feel pain or fear. This life is only a test, he says. He says that everyone is fated to be recruited on the other side. He notes that Ember is the one who recruited him. Every group gets an assigned number, which is branded onto them. He says that God doesn't take people to heaven. Instead, squads recruit them. Squads are needed for the war and the afterlife. Then it cuts to a character looking like Ember singing the song from Curtain Call in Send Request's Andrew Blank's voice. Finally, it cuts to an animated Randy looking really rough in comparison to the Ember clones. The real bulk of the video starts with the ghost girls arguing outside of Randy's house. They come across Randy's dead body before finding the bodies of Froggy and Whale in the closet. It seems that Ember had saved them from the fire. They then cast a spell on the toys. Froggy comes back to life and squeals, very confused. It turns out that the Ember-looking character is actually Randy. Froggy is surprised. Randy tells Froggy that he's there to recruit him into their ghost squad. Then they say that gays take twice as long to revive, so Whale is stuck. Randy then blasts Froggy again, turning him into another palette swap of Ember. He still talks in the same voice and freaks out about his new human-shaped body. Whale doesn't revive for some reason, so they just leave him behind, noting that the spell can only be done once a day. Randy, called Andrew in his ghost form, feels guilty as they leave him behind. They all promise to come back for him. However, they never did in this video or in any videos after. As the episode was trashed, it simply ends there abruptly with no resolution, leaving Whale's character completely dead by this point onwards. Andrew Blank saw the video on YouTube and texted Randy that it looked good and seemed pretty cool. He was elated. Even now that Randy's mental health was at the worst it had ever been, he still did have a soft spot for YouTube and a small semblance of gratitude towards his fans. After all, Randy could never show this side of himself to his family, never actually showing them these videos himself. He was, however, willing to show his audience this side of himself, gradually coming to show who he really was and how he really felt. Randy was just about done with any live-action content. He wanted to make an entirely new series as a rebranding after the finale ended, one that he would simply call Ember's Ghost Squad, or EGS. While he didn't really have any ideas for an overarching plot or for a reason for these characters to exist, he simply couldn't get Ember out of his mind and wanted to make a new series where he could play out his fantasies of finally meeting her and the other ghosts. He would seek out several more voice actresses with fluctuating levels of success to play the other girls, finding actresses like Wubcake, Rayra, and Mallory to do the job. Randy began to release videos that he called the EGS tapes, videos where he would dive into the backstory of each of these ghost girls. However, getting actresses to play them every time was fairly expensive. Still though, he actually enjoyed making them and fleshing out the characters. However, fans did not. His viewership dropped off dramatically once the EGS content became the main focus of the channel. But still, Randy wanted to continue. It was all he wanted to focus on. By now, he had spent over $300 making EGS content by hiring different actresses. He was actively losing money to make this content, but he didn't care. It was becoming his entire life. Little did Randy's fans know, the EGS series was not simply some sort of animated fanfiction. To Randy himself, it was becoming more and more real. He slowly became delusional, thinking that the lore he was inventing was actually real life. Although he remembered designing the characters himself, the lines of reality began to blur as he started to feel as if they had always been real and really had existed. He felt as if they were actually possessing him to tell their stories. He wanted other people to understand, and he wanted them to be on board.
We all know someone who's depressed. We all know someone who's isolated. We all know someone who's weird. We all know someone who's a bitch. We all know someone who's just naturally funny. We all know someone who's really smart. You know, all these ghosts can, relate to everyone in the world. And with EGS, I tell it how it is. I write things to be real. Everything on that channel is real. And I just think it makes it that much more better. You can relate to it better. And it just can reach a variety of people. Whereas Pioneers Productions was, if you didn't get the humor, you just weren't interested in it. With EGS, you can do anything.
Randy, up until this point, had never had a girlfriend. He had never even been on a date or really even hung out with a girl one-on-one outside of school. He hated making friends in general by this time in his life, let alone finding a committed relationship. His parents weren't really happy with that, though. For a long time, his mother was convinced that he was gay and tried to get him to admit it, but Randy adamantly stated that he wasn't. So while Randy was trying to film a wedding that the family attended, they tried to set him up with a cute, dorky girl whose interests aligned with him pretty well, being interested in filmmaking. However, it only made him very angry. He wasn't interested at all. He acted like nothing was wrong, but he was enraged on the inside. In his mind, he only belonged to Ember and nobody else. So Randy got to work on the next big project. This would take place in January of 2016, called Abyss. This would be Randy's last major production he would ever make and complete. On January 8th, 2016, Randy finally released Abyss, the sixth and final part of the finale series that was originally supposed to end at Part 5. However, this episode was more of an epilogue than anything. Abyss was much shorter than the other videos, only about 4 minutes in length. Aside from an actual plot, Randy simply rants about how to join the Ghost Squad. Notably, he is once again in his human body. He says that, to do this, you have to go into the abyss of your soul and block out all of your memories before losing your mind. You need to drift away from this world until you are fully in control. Then nobody can touch you. Afterwards, you must force yourself back into the reality you hate. He says that scientists, psychiatrists, and the government may see you as mentally ill psychopaths, but we no longer need to abide by their rules. He credits Ember with helping him to discover this. He speaks of his difficulty telling people about his relationship with Ember, while saying that he has slowly deteriorated mentally over the years. He notes that people have indeed been worrying about him, feeling that he is going over the edge. Randy, though, says that he has merely found out who he truly is. And with that, the finale series concludes. Even outside of this video, Randy explained to his viewers that he had been lying to himself for all of these years and that the previous content was all fake and forced. It wasn't something he did intentionally at the time, feeling that he just hadn't discovered himself yet, but it was still something he wanted to move past. Randy would appear again in another video, standing in front of some My Little Pony posters, speaking directly to the viewer. He explains that he has become more and more fascinated with death. He said that he would often wonder where his grandfather ended up. However, he clarifies that he now loves death, especially ghosts. He now embraces what once gave him nightmares. He uses this to lead into a veiled conversation about Ember's Ghost Squad once again. He says that Ember helped him see, that he connected with her.
A lot of the reasons why, Ember's been in my videos for so much is because she helped me see. Over the last few years, I just really connected with this character. Even though it's a fictional television show character, this character just turned my life around.
He claims that if you ever feel some supernatural force helping you, it isn't God or angels, it's the ghosts. He then heavily defends the notion that he is not crazy.
I'm not some kind of psychotic schizophrenic that just feels like there's shit watching me all the time. But there are times like that where it just feels like there is something around me that is watching me. And it typically is when I'm home alone. That's just, anyone can get into that area where it's like, oh, I feel like there's something watching me. Oh my goddess, what was that? Where it's like the subtlest sound is like, ooh, what was that? I was kind of getting really stupid, but it's just little subtle things that just make you think about things. I'm always thinking about things, I overthink things, I overanalyze things, but I love to understand it.
Randy then decided to call it quits on the Pioneers Productions channel after all of these years. He was ready to devote all of his time to EGS animations and wanted to distance himself from some of the people he considered to be his annoying fans that had come to haunt him. He wanted to leave all of that behind and move on to bigger and better projects. He then opened up his new channel on January 12th, 2016, one that he would simply call Ember's Ghost Squad. By now, Ember and her ghost squad had become by far and beyond the most important thing in Randy's life. He thought about both Ember and his custom-made ghost girl companions nearly every moment of every single day. Now, Randy was sure that the EGS was real and that, if he died, he would be able to return as a female ghost and join their crew. This didn't really help with his dark thoughts of terminating himself, as now he was only giving himself even more motivation to go through with it. It's likely that Randy simply wanted to believe in this delusion. It seems that he had trouble coming to terms with the fact that his life was going nowhere and that he had no purpose and no direction. Ember was able to give that to him. Now his purpose was to tell Ember's story and finish his time on Earth. His direction would be Ember's dimension, a dimension of ghosts that he created in his mind that would contain all of his new, hot female ghost friends that would greet him when he finally passed away. Then he could go on adventures with them for all eternity, find love, and finally make and fulfill some goals. But it wasn't time just yet. Randy came to believe that his soul existed before he was ever born and that he was sent here for a mission. He began to call people humans, as if he weren't one, and felt he was here to recruit them to his squad. Exactly how that would play out, he wasn't quite sure yet. In August, Randy ended up losing his cool with his friends on Twitter after well over a year of playing nice with them ever since his last big blowout. One day, Randy decided that he couldn't stand Sammy anymore in particular. He made a public call-out post about her on Twitter and tagged her in it. He told her to get back to him one day when she isn't a selfish, manipulative bitch anymore. This was at random after they hadn't even spoken in quite a while. This led to the others in the group chastising him, telling him that he had gone too far with this sort of public outburst. Even people that weren't even part of the group started to bash Randy for it in the comments. He felt that he was left with no choice but to block them all too. Out of everyone in this group, it seems that only Nelly stuck around as a good friend. The others seem to have stopped talking to him entirely. He wrote,
"Why the fuck does Haley keep tweeting about me? She always acts all tough and loves negativity. But anytime I tweet something that sounds like it's aimed at her, she cowers behind everyone thinking I'm going to kill her."
On September 1st, 2016, Randy released a new video in the EGS series called Finding a Purpose. This was supposed to work as a pilot to the series and functioned as a way for Randy to attempt to tell his viewers what the EGS actually was and what they did. In the episode, there isn't really any plot and nothing to really serve to dive into the characters' personalities either. The video starts with a guy looking like Randy walking down a path at night. There, a ghost girl, Celesta, appears before him and vaporizes him. She then argues with Sydney, another one of the ghosts. They say that their purpose is to eliminate the human race. In this video, Randy begins to use terminology like "I swear to Goddess," referring to Ember. But then, suddenly, Sydney gets blown to bits by something. The video, much like Extinction, was heavily criticized for its violence. This time, commenters also pointed out the short length and the extremely unlikable characters. From here on out, the EGS videos have less to do with Randy and more to do with explaining the lore behind the characters. A few weeks later, on September 17th, 2016, came the second episode in the EGS series, The Breakup. Here, a character named Alex Gebhardt's life goes down the gutter after his girlfriend of 3 years breaks up with him. He then decides to find out why she did this to him. This video uses very little animation and instead shows a looping image of a cassette tape playing. This would spawn a lot more videos in this EGS tape series, with each one of them going into the background lore of the characters. Randy simply didn't have the time or the drive to animate what he wanted, instead giving the voice actors scripts to read that he would then play as a cassette on screen. In the next video, A Promise Kept, Randy makes his own tape under the name of Andrew Stair. He doesn't give himself much background lore. Instead, the tape is more of a monologue where he promises to track humans down and eliminate them. In the end, his character is seen holding a severed head. This video is almost certainly aimed at Sammy, who he had stopped talking with. There is a section of newspaper at the beginning of the video that roughly outlines her life, and then the dialogue that takes place afterwards makes it very clear, vaguely describing the events of Randygate. He threatens to haunt her after he dies, not to mention violently torture her along with her boyfriend, who Randy also knew.
I'm gonna claw at your pathetic face with your own nails to the point where you'll be completely beyond facial recognition. You were once a sweet little girl in my eyes, but that was very short-lived. I cared for you. I guided you. I stayed up late for you. And you dragged me through the depths with lies. I might just pay your boyfriend to visit in my travels. Why not? I bet he'd love to have his manhood removed in a slow and agonizing accident.
He notes that she is merely the first person on his list. The video then closes out with a song by Syndraquest, something that likely made them extremely uncomfortable. The content of the video was anything but subtle to Randy's former friends. Thomas Imatu checked Randy's Twitter out one day out of curiosity and found the video, putting the pieces together very quickly. Haley took offense to this video in particular, saying that it was an obvious threat that he didn't even try to hide.
You know, and I watched it on YouTube at the time where I think it was posted before it was deleted. And at first I was like, not really scared, but just kind of like freaked out, or I guess disturbed. Yeah, disturbed is a good way to put it. Because I mean, yeah, there's just this weird guy who honestly doesn't even live that far from me. And Haley was the one to actually call Randy out on it. And yeah, that was another big Twitter blowout. And after that, me and Haley just kind of stayed as far away from Randy as we possibly could.
At this point, it's very noticeable that Randy is much more thin and has dark circles around his eyes. He had even gotten a lot more pale. He was now sitting at around 125 pounds while being 5'8". He was, of his own admission, very unhealthy. Not only that, but he was only getting about 4 hours of sleep a day. He preferred to stay awake all night during what he called ghost hours. Aside from work, he was spending all of his time completely alone and avoiding interaction with other people. He was very stressed. He wanted to make more content, but just couldn't find the time, the money, or the drive. He grew very frustrated with the way that EGS was turning out.
I'm getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep every night, and it's not nearly enough. And the biggest reason why, not just because of stress, but just wanting to do stuff. And wanting to create, and wanting to animate, and make my visions come to life. And it's made me lose a shit ton of sleep.
He knew that his dad only wanted the best for him to have a normal life, but he still came to despise him for it. He also felt like he had nothing in common with Jeremy anymore since he went down this dark path, so he stopped talking to him too. His only communication, even in his own home, was the occasional few words with his mother. Jeremy was closer to their father, while Randy was much closer to his mom. He felt that his dad was more of a boss or a counselor than a parent at this point. He knew that talking to his dad would be pointless. His dad would only see his problems as him being a depressed teenager, or possibly even just making excuses so that he wouldn't have to move out. It was around this time that, although he was never diagnosed, Randy began to feel that he had body dysmorphia because he was never satisfied with his looks.
You could probably notice, actually. I noticed because, I'm looking at myself and I'm kind of a perfectionist with how I look at times, and, I guess they call it body dysmorphia or something, but it's just, I don't like looking at myself nowadays compared to back in the day, just because I look like the life has gotten sucked out of me, because it has.
But then at other times he would contradict this completely, saying that he was happy with how he looked. But given Randy's poor mental state, this was very likely just a front. Randy came to express on video that he no longer felt his life was worth living. Still though, he said that other people should not end their own lives.
And I know many people will say this a million times, and, it has gotten to the point where it can just get old and not feel like it has any meaning at all, but, you matter so much. Like, there's people who always will care for you, even if you don't see it right away. There are people out there who love and care for you, and you yourself can make a difference in this world if you just try and stick through it. I know I'm just a guy on a YouTube screen right now, but you matter.
For some reason, though, he didn't apply these same words to himself. As Randy's viewership, and therefore his ad revenue, completely went into the gutter, his jealousy towards other YouTubers only intensified. On video, he expresses that it's his dream to make a living off of YouTube and do animations as a career.
Because I want to say this right now. If I were able to do YouTube full-time with no fear of running out of money or whatever, just, say I'm set for money for the rest of my fucking life, you would see the best content you'd ever see from me.
However, in later writings, he expresses hatred towards other YouTubers for making a living off of ads, saying, in a way, that they're losers.
I pray YouTube terminates the partnership program, and all these lazy fags who use YouTube as their source of income need to get real jobs. YouTube is not a job. Yes, they pay you for the views/ad clicks you get, but if you get low views, you get little money. Not a job.
With his rapidly changing opinions and views, it was very evident that Randy was having an internal conflict, and it was a conflict that he was not winning. It was around this time that, in his diary, Randy began to plan something big. He wanted to end his life in a very climactic sort of way.
There isn't a force on Earth that will stop me. I need to do it not only for the squad, but for myself. Pulling that trigger is my biggest fear. And someday I will conquer that. I gotta get a shotgun.
However, he would keep all of that to himself for the time being. For now, he wanted to focus on EGS as much as he possibly could. For the viewers, Randy never really did a good job at explaining what the Ghost Squad actually does beyond recruit more people for some unspecified battle in the afterlife. He would explain that everyone is born on Earth to find their direction and come into their squad, but he never actually says why. In fact, he's very wildly inconsistent on all of the relevant lore. At times, he says that people are sorted into their squads based on their personality. At others, he says you are simply recruited by the recruiter of your destiny. It's very likely that Randy didn't even know himself. After all, it was a delusion, a useful delusion. Randy, honestly feeling that the EGS was real and that they were channeling themselves into him, began to act as if he were them online and write on their behalf. Not only did he create accounts for himself and a few of the girls on DeviantArt, but he did so on Twitter as well. On Twitter, he created the main EGS account as well as 8 different accounts for each of the different ghost girls along with a few others. Then he would go through the tedious process of logging in and out for each and every account in order to make them publicly converse with each other. By the end, Randy made at least 11 different Twitter accounts to roleplay as his characters. While his viewers may have thought that this was a marketing tactic, Randy never saw it as such. It was all real to him. Randy also grew very sexist during this time for reasons that were never made all too clear. One of the reasons he gives is that he hates the way men look. This is because they look nothing like Ember, and she's the embodiment of perfection.
And I just started hating guys more than anything. I hate guys. I think they're fucking disgusting. The facial hair they have, the body hair, the muscle build, and all that fucking body structure shit. I hate all, like everything about guys I hate. And the fact that I was forced to live as one, that hurt a lot. Guys are so fucking disgusting. They are. Everything about them, and I hate drawing them. Like, that's the one thing I hate about my cartoons, is having to draw guys. I fucking hate guys. They're so fucking disgusting. Penises are so fucking gross.
One of the only other reasons he actually ever gives is that he hates macho attitudes, which likely comes from his own hatred towards his father. Randy often blamed his father's insistence on him finding a career and moving out on him being overly masculine, so he came to hate seeing those traits in others. So, in Randy's idealized world of the EGS, no men became ghosts in his squad. Even if a man were to die, like him or Froggy, they would enter into the body of an attractive, alternative-looking teenage girl, just like Ember. Randy came up with all sorts of characters. You had him as a ghost, a character that he started out by calling Andrew Stair before ultimately deciding on Andrew Blaze, adapting Ember's fire theme for himself. You then had Allegro Grave, Mackenzie West, Celesta Reynolds, Rachel Shadows, Sydney Sector, Harmony Ingram, Froggy, and others. For most people, the cast of the EGS are almost impossible to tell apart. Aside from a few very slight differences in design here and there, they're all basically different colored versions of Ember drawn in a very simple, knockoff Danny Phantom style. They all have the same faces, same makeup, nearly the same hair, and almost identical clothing. Randy did try to at least change the hair and clothes over time, but most people still couldn't tell them apart. Randy said that each of the characters embodied some different aspect of his personality. Some of them, like Sydney and Froggy, had his old, mischievous, more comedic type of character. But most of them were the same angry, sadistic, maniacal character copy-pasted over and over again. Randy felt differently, though.
Rachel is my conspiring, dark, sinister, evil side with no remorse for the world. Celesta is my snotty side that just wants to be left alone in peace, and my hatred for stupid people. Sydney is my childhood dumb side. As a kid, I was literally like Sydney. I never saw the bad in people, only the good. I was annoying and always got in the way. Overall, I just was a nuisance, but I didn't see that at the time. I thought things were okay. Alex is my curious side that wants to understand how things work in life. Mackenzie is my second-guessing side and the part of me that wants to hide away from the world and drown in my sorrows. It's also the part of me that doesn't understand why I was forced to be in this world. Overall, she's my depressed side. Froggy is my naturally funny, manipulative, loud, and girly side. Matilda is my fear of being buried alive. Harmony is my manipulative, depressed side that wants to lure people into ending themselves, yet at the same time wants to help people prevent it. All of these characters are a piece of me, and it shocked me when I took a step back and realized that. It took me nearly a year to realize it.
Randy didn't really seem to realize that all writers utilize their own experiences and put a bit of themselves in each character they design. He really felt as if he was deeply connected to all of them, especially Mackenzie. While Mackenzie West wasn't an important character at first, mainly being in the background, she ended up becoming more and more used over time as Randy decided that she was his soulmate. While he felt that they were fated to end up together in the afterlife, he wouldn't say that they were in a relationship just yet. He gave her one of the worst backstories, having been kidnapped, tortured, and then cut up into pieces by some unidentified serial killer. However, he made her shy, friendly, and innocent. He kept from giving her the same angry tendencies as the other girls. In the end, he basically wrote her to be the girl he wanted, someone with a tragic backstory that somehow remained pure and innocent. One of the only things that made her unique design-wise was a squinted eye, which was originally an animation error, but Randy decided to leave it in. Despite Randy knowing that he created her, he talked to her as if she were a normal, living person right beside him. He always tried to comfort her, wishing that he could have saved her from the death that he had written for her. In his mind, though, he was only writing what was already written in fate. Another notable character was Froggy. Randy never really did get over the guilt of killing Froggy off in the way he did. He did pretty quickly bring him back as a ghost zombie, but he felt that Froggy deserved a lot more. He soothed his conscience by reviving Froggy as one of his idealized perfect ghost girls. In doing so, he removed a lot of the more evil tendencies that he had given him towards the end of the series. Randy's lore would come to get more and more strange. Given that each of these girls was to meet his idea of perfection, none of them had buttholes. This was actually something that he decided to write about multiple times. In his diary, matching these statements, he said that he would gladly give up his butthole and male organs to gain breasts and female organs. While he knew that women had anuses, his perfect ghost women did not. As Sydney, in one of her tweets, he again stressed this fact by having her say, "I miss my butthole, we were great friends." Randy had hired a few more actresses online, including a well-known actress named Wubcake to help out with a few roles. Randy later admitted that he didn't even like her work, he just wanted to use her to get his channel name out there. He also hired a woman named Laura who would quickly come to be his favorite out of all of them. In June, over the summer, Randy would come to look more into something that happened during his childhood that he never really thought to investigate before, the Columbine Massacre. Before, he had heard about it here and there as a child, but despite his violent tendencies, he simply never looked into it before. Once he started looking into it, he was immediately fascinated, captivated even. The Columbine Massacre was committed by two high school students, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, that have developed a large following over time. Given that they were two kids who went from being bullied to taking out their revenge in an internationally known sort of fashion, a lot of troubled individuals, both young and old, came to see them as heroes. Randy was very much the same. He wanted to be exactly like them.
I was in kindergarten when it happened. I never heard anything about it until like 9th or 10th grade. Then once I got out of college, I got sucked into it all. I don't know what it is about it, and I probably never will. But it's always the first thing I think about when I hear about a shooting.
It seems that, more than anything, there were a few documentaries about Columbine that initially piqued Randy's interest.
It just sucked me in last year. I guess mainly being stunned that 2 high school teenagers were able to pull off something like that. The Final Report and 0 Hour documentaries hooked me.
He started talking like them, dressing like them, doing what they did on a daily basis. While many people out there have more of a fondness for Dylan, given that he was more depressed than angry and therefore more relatable, Randy took much more of a fascination with Eric. It has continually been a debate as to whether or not Eric was actually a psychopath, but he chose to portray himself as such in the angry, hate-filled rants in his journal. These journals were highly over-exaggerated and made with the intent to make Eric look crazy, tough, and cool even after death, and Randy knew that, but he didn't care.
I think it's a combination of both writing to an audience and personal thoughts. Some entries could just be written to make him sound cool. Others could just be random passing thoughts that he had recently, and others could just be how he really feels. We'll never know. No 2 days are the same. When you're conspiring to kill as many people as possible in a school massacre, you're going to have days of random thoughts that don't mean anything. This is a high school senior's mind. When I was in high school, I would constantly dive into the dark depths of my mind and think these types of things. Still do at 24. Either way, I still find the journal fascinating no matter how valid it is.
He wanted to get a shotgun just like the one that Eric used so that he could be just like him. More disturbingly, he found the photos of the 2 boys' bodies on the floor of the library after they finished the attack by ending their lives. Randy would stare at them time and time again. He was enamored with them. They did what he felt he couldn't. The irony is, Eric hated people like Randy. He was extremely homophobic, and he would have immediately labeled Randy as gay once he heard about his dreams of becoming a woman in the afterlife. On the other side, Eric was also the hypermasculine type of character that Randy would have hated. However, due to his anger and his hatred for humanity, Randy still felt as if they were kindred souls. Getting a lot of inspiration from Eric's journal is originally what convinced Randy to start writing one for himself in November of 2016. In his journal, he would mimic Eric's writing style nearly identically, down to using large, scratchy lettering to write out his most angry threats and using small doodles to convey his hatred. He would adopt a lot of Eric's use of cursing, racial and homophobic slurs, and vocabulary as well. Randy opened up the journal with this line.
As the late Eric Harris once said, "I hate the fucking world." What an inspiration. Out of all the ones who have influenced me, Eric Harris is one of the newest. I would have killed to have met the guy. I think we would have connected on so many levels. I would kill to be able to gather a mass amount of ammunition and weaponry, and to just destroy anyone who has the misfortune of crossing my path.
Randy then joined and frequented a forum related to Columbine online starting in December. There he would discuss that attack and other school shootings as well. Randy would ask questions, such as if there could ever be a movie that would accurately depict the shooting. He also wanted to know if there were any higher quality pictures of Eric's shirt and where Dylan's ashes might be. In Randy's diary, he went on to admire mass killers very often. He understood them, he thought. He also wanted to go out in a blaze of glory. This had him wondering if he should commit a similar sort of attack himself. He justifies it all by saying that Ember is telling him to do it for the squad. He, in turn, believes that he needs to follow whatever she orders him to do. It doesn't take too long in the diary for Randy to start threatening people who worked with him in the supermarket, writing,
"Get the fuck over the stupid subtle mistakes we make, you putrid niggers. I'm looking at you, Jay and Frank. I will torture your sad, pathetic excuses for human bodies so badly that you'll be coughing up blood and shitting your organs out for 7 months straight."
Randy knew that he would have to play happy in front of his family. He didn't want them to know that anything was up. He definitely didn't want them to see the dark content that he was making on his channel either. He didn't even want his audience to know how negatively he really was thinking. A day came when Randy's mom got a pink and purple handgun for self-defense. He didn't really care why she got it, he just couldn't wait to try and shoot it. After bothering her about it for some time, she did agree to take him out to try it.
"Tomorrow I'm going to shoot a handgun. I can't wait. I haven't fired a gun in a decade. By just holding a gun in my hands, I can feel my power grow. It's going to be insanely hard not to shoot myself tomorrow."
On Saturday, December 4th, 2016, Randy got to shoot the gun. While it was a lot of fun for him, he thought it felt pretty weak. He told her that a shotgun would be very cool to own and showed her a video on his phone. In reality, he just wanted a sawed-off like Eric. His mother said that she supposed that one would be cool, but it ended there for the time being. Randy really planned on getting that gun, though. Just like how Eric called his shotgun Arlene, he planned on calling his Mackenzie. After a good few months of pushing, he did convince his mom that a shotgun would be a better option for home protection. Randy, after having corresponded with the singer of Remember, Robin Kermissy, for a while now, managed to get an instrumental version of the song from her that he promised to keep for himself. He broke that promise and betrayed her after months of keeping it to himself for reasons unknown.
I decided to release the instrumentation track for Remember today. I secretly had it for 8.5 months or so. Sorry, Robin, but I'm not sorry. You were a fool to trust someone you haven't personally met on the internet. You musicians do nothing but piss me off half the time. You're always so overly cautious about your precious multi-tracks. It's fucking audio, not the Holy Grail.
On December 18th, 2017, Randy posted the first update to EGS in quite a while. In the update post was what seemed to be an odd, random, veiled threat.
Good morning, Ghost Squad. In case you haven't seen it yet, there's a new video out. It was intended to be out for Halloween, but obviously it took a lot longer than intended. Hopefully you get a laugh out of it, because you won't be laughing much from this day forth.
That day, Randy released a new episode to his channel. It was supposed to be out on Halloween, but ended up getting delayed by almost 2 months. This was only the second short, non-cassette tape-based episode of EGS that had ever been completed after the series being a year in development by this point. In the episode, Randy, as Andrew Blaze, approaches a house while trick-or-treating with Froggy, now a ghost girl, before abruptly shooting an old man who answers the door. This in turn scares Froggy. Randy notably continues to speak of Ember as some sort of goddess, using phrases like "for the love of Ember" instead of "for the love of God."
For the love of Ember, Froggy, you're a ghost! Ghosts don't eat!
Randy then leaves Froggy alone before a piece of candy falls in her mouth and she begins to choke. She spits it out, Randy comes back and steps on the candy when the video abruptly ends. On December the 21st, a few days later, Randy posted videos of himself shooting his mom's handgun online. Even despite all of the red flags and random threats up until this point, it didn't seem that a single person connected the dots that he might have been up to something. But behind the scenes, he was definitely up to something big. That would start about a week later. Thinking about Eric and Dylan's basement tapes, Randy began to get an idea.
I'm fully prepared to live and die without seeing those tapes. And it sucks. If anything, they should have released the audio.
On December 27th, 2016, Randy began to start recording what he would call his suicide tapes, likely in reference to the infamous basement tapes from the Columbine incident. A group of videos that the boys filmed before their attack and are very well known for never having been released to the public. For a lot of true crime fanatics and Columbine cultists alike, they're considered somewhat of a holy grail. Randy likely wanted to emulate that in order to get the same sort of notoriety. In his first recording, he explains that he feels like he has been sent to Earth for a cause, that being to start a cult. He says that he feels like he's always been doing it when he knows he hasn't. This is all that fills his mind now. This is his only purpose. It was in front of him the whole time. He feels that, after he is dead, his work will finally become famous and the cult will spread. He will be giving his soul to Ember.
I'm not gonna sell my fucking soul to the devil for fame. Only Ember can have my soul. Nobody else. Ember's the only one worthy enough to have my soul. Not the devil.
He doesn't want to live even 2 more years, even if he does get famous. He belongs to the Ghost Squad now. He says that it isn't a fantasy. That's where he really came from.
Every time I look at Ember, it's like, this is my life. This is my mission. This is what I'm supposed to do. And I would kill to be able to go there, but I can't. I really fucking want to go. But to give up, giving up your life, it's not easy. It's really hard. No matter how much you hate your life, it's hard to just leave it and go. Especially knowing there's so much more on the table you can offer. I still have so many things left that I want to do.
He continues to ramble to the listener that they, too, are destined to join a ghost squad after death.
Everything you've ever known about religion is a lie. It's not just a heaven on the other side. There's dimensions and dimensions of different squads. Your soul can end up anywhere. If you've had a friend pass away, it doesn't mean they went up to heaven.
might not even exist for all I know. Went to another dimension, got recruited by a squad somewhere where he was destined to be all along. Like, all these things happen for a reason.
He speaks of the Ghost Squad characters as if they're actual people that existed at one point, even Ember. He says that something must have entered Butch Hartman's mind to create her, that thing being Ember's ghost herself. He continues to use those phrases such as "for Ember's sake" throughout the tape as well. He then explains that he realized the way that the EGS letters correspond to their placement in the alphabet, being the 5th, 17th, and 19th letter. He felt that this meant he would die on May 17th, 2019. He then talks about becoming a woman as a ghost, although he relents and says that he is a man right now.
There's no way I'm destined to be a guy forever. No way. I'm just destined to be a fucking woman. Yet, I had to be put in this fucking body to realize it.
He then talks about how Mackenzie is his dream girl, and then he breaks down and sobs about his deep love for her.
Envisioned Mackenzie was like, this is it. She's my dream girl. She's everything I've ever wanted. Pretty much. I mean, people look at her and they're like, oh, that's just Ember with some bowl cut bangs, you know? And I can't stop looking at her, ever. I'm looking at her right now as I've been talking for the last minute. I've been looking into her fucking eyes on my poster on my wall here. I cannot take my eyes off of her. She's my everything. She's everything I ever wanted in a girl. Everything. I fucking love her to death. Yet I can't be with her. She's only been able to exist in my thoughts, in my head, on a flat piece of fucking paper, you know? And all I want to do is hold her. You know, I don't want to fuck her or anything. I just want to be with her, hold her, talk with her, cuddle with her a bit, you know? Just do things.
He says that he wishes he could kill like Eric.
Shooting people, I would kill. To go out and shoot people on a daily basis. I wish I could, if I can get away with it, you know. I look up to people like Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, you know. Columbine, they've been a huge inspiration for me lately. Obviously with, you know, the Conspiring and Massacre and EGS tape videos. I can't to go back and shoot up my high school, but it's gone. But my college campus would be a nice place, but I wouldn't just want to shoot people, I'd want to blow stuff up. I'd want to blow up the campus buildings, slit people's throats, tie them up, you know, manipulate people. It'd be amazing.
He continues by stating that he needs to plan a day to just do it and stick to it, just like Eric did. The tape then decays into a long-winded rant about his hatred for Andrew Blank for over 10 minutes. He complains about him not giving him instrumental tracks that he asked for and insults him for using auto-tune. In his diary, he's pretty happy with the way that the tapes are turning out, comparing them to Eric's videos.
Pretty fucking surreal learning how similar we are. Would have killed to hang with the man. Maybe after EGS wraps up, I hope. I mean, it's literally as if Eric has overshadowed my emotions in terms of hatred. All of these EGS tapes are authentic, much like Eric and Dylan's basement tapes. Hope to fucking goddess someone leaks those before I die.
In early January, a few weeks later, he continued to write plans about killing his co-workers in his diary. In one entry, he detailed how he finally snapped and shouted at a certain co-worker for the first time.
I yelled at a co-worker for the first time. That release felt amazing. He's a retarded sack of shit. Fucker doesn't know the difference between shit and dirt. You have no idea how many times I've envisioned or acted out shooting him. You're worthless, Chris. Fucking worthless.
Later that month, Randy went on medical leave from work after having continuing problems with his finger that he destroyed during Extinction. It never had worked quite right since he killed Froggy. Due to the temporary loss of a hand, he quit working on anything related to EGS for a while. He was happy to leave work at the supermarket for a bit, at least. Toward the end of the month, Randy messaged Andrew Blank asking to get in touch with a different Andrew, Andrew W., and another man named Johnny. At one point, Andrew Blank had said that they were going to begin working on a music video for a song called Anymore. Randy felt that it went without saying that he would likely get a job editing the video. However, he did not. Andrew Blank didn't have the heart to tell him that it just wasn't happening. Randy continued to pester him about getting the instrumental tracks to Anymore, but knew Andrew kept ducking him. Andrew said that he would reach out to Johnny and ask if he could get him for him, but he never actually did it. He more than likely hoped that Randy would simply get the message and stop asking. But he didn't. Randy reached out over and over again asking for the tracks, getting angry anytime he saw that Andrew was online but not responding to him. It's likely that, after seeing his recent content, Andrew didn't want to associate with his work anymore. Randy was infuriated.
Andrew Blank, you can rot in the fiery depths of hell, you little worthless son of a bitch. Why the fuck can't you give me the backing track to any more, huh? What the fuck's up your ass, huh? I kiss your fucking feet with promoting your music and you just stiff me.
Randy wasn't only having trouble getting work with send request, he was having a lot of trouble keeping or getting new voice actresses as well. Many of them would duck out of the job upon seeing the scripts or seeing his previous work. Randy didn't really understand why people weren't willing to work on a violent, curse-filled rip-off of a copyrighted show with no plot or notoriety. This only made him even more furious than he already was, once again feeling that everyone was out to get him. On February 9th, 2017, Randy released another video in the EGS series called My Life Is Over. Unlike the other episodes that had very little plot or character development to speak of, this one actually fleshed out Mackenzie's character. It described her murder at the hands of the serial killer. It's likely that she got preferential treatment as Randy was continuing to see her more and more as a lover. Ever since Tom had died, on the anniversary of his death, Randy had always driven out to the place in the road where he met his end. This year would be no exception. On February 13th, he drove out to the site as per tradition and had a quick look. Even now, there were flower arrangements left in his honor. Randy looked over the scene, contemplating death, both Tom's and his own. Then around Valentine's Day, Randy began to fantasize about his true love, dead girls. He spoke about his desire to be with them and be among them. In his diary, he wrote,
I can't describe the feeling I get when I think about dead girls. Teenage to young adult girls like 1428. Not their dead corpses, their eternal ghostly spirit envisioning them dead but like alive. Undead, I guess. But not like a zombie. It's a fantasy that's been like a sexual ecstasy. I just haven't been able to stop picturing putting that gun in my mouth and gathering the confidence to steadily pull that trigger without flinching. I've been envisioning it all for around 7 to 8 years. So many times in late elementary/middle school, I'd pray for the planes I traveled on to crash. Plane crashes are virtually insta-death. It never happened. I didn't want to go back to school or back to work. I wanted to die.
By the end of February, Randy had nearly stopped eating. His depression was hitting new lows that he never even thought were possible. He hated that he didn't look like a member of the EGS.
I dread the thought of being bulky, fat, or muscular. I like the way I am. My arms are as thin as the EGS drawings. I have virtually zero body fat, yet I worry about putting on weight. But I don't want to be so thin that I look like a skeleton. I care a lot about how I look. My hair is never perfect. I'm always adjusting it or looking in the mirror. I can never pose for pictures because I'm never satisfied with my looks. I think it's called body dysmorphia, and obviously some OCD.
Randy began to consider attacking his old high school, but there would be little personal meaning as it was demolished and now an entirely new building. He thought about shooting up his community college, but he felt that security there was too tight and he wouldn't be able to take out that many people anyway. He felt that his supermarket would be the best bet. But then he started to distance himself from the idea of performing any attack at all, feeling that other people might be able to fight back and take him down. This would only lead to being sent to prison or a mental hospital and even more humiliation than he already felt. Still though, Randy couldn't get Columbine out of his head. In March, he was dreaming of Dylan Klebold.
Dylan Klebold was in my dream for a minute earlier today. That was very short-lived. I cannot get Columbine off my mind. The 2.5 hours it took me to fall asleep yesterday was full of fantasies of storming into a supermarket, where I work, and shooting everybody, ending with me blowing my off in aisle 1. That could easily become a reality, but killing 2 to 3 people is nowhere near satisfying. Hey, I might go for it one night. Who knows? I wouldn't mind shooting that store up, but I wish there'd be more people to kill besides Brian, Victoria, maybe Will, and the floor guy. Hey, better than nothing. I seriously might do it. No one would ever suspect a thing.
A few days later, he fantasized about being more like Eric.
I'd look good with a sawn-off shotgun. Eric Harris, no homo, but I fucking love you, man. Thank you so fucking much for getting me into guns. When I'm dead, I want to shoot with you, dude. Let's make it happen. I can't get guns or Columbine off my mind. I've completely desensitized myself to gun violence.
And with this, his resolve to commit an attack was solidified. Eventually, it came time for his medical leave to end and for Randy to go back to work. He chose to make what he felt was the best of the situation by using his time to analyze the layout of his store and see what could be done to prepare for what he wanted to do. On March 13th of 2017, Randy made yet another YouTube channel, this one being called Andrew Blaze. It would end up being the last channel Randy would ever make on YouTube, and surprisingly it's still up. He would use this page for one specific purpose. Randy decided to get revenge on Andrew Blank by uploading a lot of their unreleased tracks that he had previously privately gotten from them in 2015 and 2016. He got on YouTube and uploaded the instrumental versions of Comeback Song, I Quit, and My Last Confession. Then he uploaded the isolated vocals for Comeback.
You don't lie to me, I'll beat you when you're down. The writing's on the wall, he flat out doesn't care about me, he's full of shit. Not crediting me in the music video, lying about the tracks, not even acknowledging fan art or thanking me. Kiss my white ass.
Randy began to feel that, at least if the EGS blew up after his demise, it would mean something. It would mean that he accomplished at least one single thing in his life. He began to tell himself that his fate was never to be famous while alive. It was supposed to happen afterwards. He said, I wanted fame. I wanted to be recognized on the street. I wanted to be in movies, or have documentaries made about me, or reenactments with actors. I always dreamed of getting somewhere, but it wasn't meant to happen. At one point, Randy slipped up while hiding his depression from his family. He forgot that his aunt, who didn't live anywhere nearby, had added him years ago on Facebook when he posted something along the lines of, I wish I could be somewhere else besides this world and to just get away from everything. It would make me happier. This caused his aunt to reach out to his mom, who sat him down and asked if he was okay. She was visibly pretty upset. Since that point, though, he never did get confronted about anything related to his depression. He removed anyone he knew who may have been in contact with his family from all social media. It was no secret that Randy had always hated his name. Even in early live streams, he said that no name sounded good when paired with Stair. Even when it came to his first name, he hated it. He thought it was stupid that, even though his legal name was Randy, he would still get called Randall and told by other students in class that he resembled the character from Monsters, Inc. He ranted about his name in his diary as well.
One of these days, I swear I'm going to actually trek through the tedious process of changing my name to Andrew. And no, it's not because of Andrew Blank. I've loved the name since late elementary to early middle school. It goes back to Hurricane Andrew of 1992, one of the most catastrophic hurricanes in history. I was born a month after Andrew hit. The name Andrew Blaze has nothing to do with Andrew Blank. I added Blaze to the end of it due to my fascination with fire. Blaze is not a symbol for pot. I cannot stand potheads.
By now, he felt that his ghost character of Andrew Blaze was the true him, although he also thought his spiritual name might be Rachel. He preferred either of those to his real name. He preferred whichever got him closer to being like Ember. In another effort to look like Ember, he got some white latex body paint to cover his entire body in order to look ghostly white like her. It didn't work out too well when the paint got caught up in the little body hair he had and stuck to most of his skin. It poured out onto his bedroom floor, leaving a large white stain that he was surprised nobody ever noticed. Randy was having a lot of issues with his identity. While a lot of people have come to call him transgender over the years, the distinction was never actually so clear for Randy himself. The most he would say was that he was something similar to transgender, but not quite that. While he felt his soul was female, he did believe that he had a completely male body and that he couldn't change that. In the end, he just wanted to be whatever gender Ember was. Ember was the ideal. She was who he wanted to emulate. Regardless, he did speak out on his identity and his opinions about homosexuality and transgenderism many times.
I'm just different. It's not like I'm asexual or anything. I have sexual interests. Pretty much everyone on Earth does. But it's just my choice. It's what I've chosen. And honestly, it's what makes me happy. So just to clear this one thing up, I am into women. I'm not into guys, okay? Not gay. I'm not necessarily straight. I'm something else, but I'm not gay.
Because if I was gay, life would not even be worth living. Fucking hate the thought of being gay. So knowing that I wasn't attracted to guys made life so much easier. Because that was kind of a question I was like tossing around in my head. It's like, well, what really is like the definition of being gay? I'm not attracted to guys, so I'm not gay. It blows my mind that people enjoy what I make. You know, it's like, why is there a guy's voice coming out of a chick? You know, well, obviously I'm trying to tell you something.
Randy said that he was attracted to girls, but wanted to be a girl as well.
I never was attracted to guys. I was always attracted to girls in high school. I would always be looking at their legs or at their chest, at their hair, at their eyes, at their crotch, you know, what you do as a guy. But I always just envisioned myself being one of them, and I was just never, as like my high school years went on, I just felt more and more lost. Like I had no clue what I was, but I knew flat out that I wasn't gay. I fucking hate guys. I hate the facial hair they have. I hate their crotches. I hate the way their body structure is. I hate them being really muscular and jacked. You know, I just always hated guys. I was never into guys. They just disgust me.
He often talked about being a woman as a ghost, but would say that he is a man right now.
Meant to be a guy. I was just a female soul trapped in a man's body my whole life.
Other times, he would say that he was a girl without making the distinction.
I hate everything about guys. I don't even consider myself a guy. I'm a fucking girl. I'm a girl. I'm a fucking girl.
It's worth noting that his opinions of transgendered people were not always great.
Sex change operations, it doesn't always end well to really start to set in. I mean, I look at people who are transgender and do the surgery that were once guys that become females, and some don't look that good at all.
When it came to himself, he had a hard time putting a label on what he felt he was.
I didn't know what I was, but I just kept going back to girls and wanting to wear women's clothing. I mean, it wasn't like a transvestite thing where you're a guy fantasizing about being a woman and just wearing the clothes and all that. It was much deeper than that. I guess what it came down to was I felt like I was like transgender or something. Like I felt like a woman the whole time, which spiritually I'm a woman. I'm a female soul. But I had to live in a man's body to do what I set out to do. That was my soul contract. That was what I was meant to do. I was so happy to know that I wasn't gay, because you're only gay if you're attracted to guys, which I wasn't. So that made me very happy, because I fucking hate gay people.
In his diary, he would elaborate on this a little bit more, saying that transgenderism was close to what he was getting at, but didn't describe it perfectly.
I guess the proper term would be transgender, but I don't even fully agree on that. I'm legit a girl trapped inside a boy's body. I'm a feminine soul.
However, towards the end of his diary, he would denounce transgenderism entirely.
On Earth, you're born as either a male or a female. There's no in-between. Yes, you are born with a sexual preference. Straight, bisexual, gay, lesbian, transgender, etc. But you're still a male or a female. You can't be neutral. Your spiritual sex is what you truly are. My soul is female, but my mortal body is male.
According to Sammy, Randy would often speak of his hatred for gay people along with revealing bits about his own identity. It's worth noting that, not only did he never ask for female pronouns, he actually came to make fun of people who insisted on using pronouns when it became a big conversation around 2016.
Whenever using pronouns, I guess, more online really became like a topic. And I do remember him tweeting something negative about that, just saying that it was like stupid or something.
It's very easy to see that Randy contradicts himself often. For example, he hates homosexuals, while if he did end up being a girl and getting with Mackenzie like he wanted, he would become one. He would say that he's transgender at times, but then would come to say that a male cannot become a female and that he is what his body is while on Earth. All in all, it's likely that Randy was too far gone at this point to really understand any of that himself. All that mattered to him was being with Ember and Mackenzie now. His earthly body was of very little concern moving forward.
But I can't picture myself looking good. Like, it's not what I'm meant to do. I'm not meant to get a sex change surgery. There's no point, because like I said, I'll be a woman on the other side.
Randy's hatred grew and grew in tandem with his identity issues. By now, Randy had something hateful to list about basically anyone from any walk of life, and he had plenty to say.
Am I racist? I'm not necessarily racist. If just to be blatantly honest with everyone here, if I were to just spit out what is literally on my mind about certain things in this world, you would all leave me forever and just criticize the shit out of me for the way I talk. Because there is so much hatred in this body that you would not believe towards people. And I think it's just best to keep my mouth shut.
As we've established, he really hates men.
Guys are so fucking disgusting. They are. Everything about them. And I hate drawing them. Like, that's the one thing I hate about my cartoons, is having to draw guys. I hate guys. They're so fucking disgusting.
He also didn't really like women who aren't virgins.
That innocence. Knowing they've never done anything wrong. Never have given their body to somebody else to screw. You know, just knowing that they're just perfectly ripe. A heart of gold.
He even hated his own friends.
And people who I've become friends with, the very few people I call my friends, I still hate their fucking guts. Andrew Blank, I fucking hate his guts most of the time anyway.
He hated Indian/Hindu people, or Hebrew as he calls them, and black people.
Second time I took it, it was even a worse instructor. Fucking like Indian Hebrew guy would talk like this for his bio class. And he was black hair, fucking stereotype shit that I hate. I hate black people. I hope they fucking die.
In his diary, he spoke more specifically about his hatred for different races.
Let's talk about black people. Okay, first off, one, you're not black. You're fucking brown. Secondly, white people aren't white. Who's the retard who coined those terms? Black people should all be gutted from their crotch, straight up through their chest for even existing in this fucking world.
In turn, he appeared to dislike Japanese people, comparing the two as if one were the lesser of two evils.
I'd rather listen to a Japanese human for 24 hours straight than having to see, hear, or deal with another nigger for the rest of time.
He very passionately hated retail workers.
Retail is full of assholes who have no lives. If you work in retail, you're a fucking worthless faggot. You are a fucking worthless faggot if you work in retail. Oh my goddess, do I fucking hate retail, dude.
He was admittedly very racist and sexist.
That's because I eventually started to realize I was sexist. I was sexist, I was racist, I was prejudiced, and I was discriminate.
He definitely hated gay people.
I fucking hate gay people.
In addition, he wrote of his hatred for old people.
I fucking hate the elderly. You're just taking up space. What's even the point of living if you're 87, 93 plus years old? You can't do anything. It must suck donkey dick. I wonder how many just pray to their phony god to die.
All in all, Randy basically hated anyone who wasn't Ember, the EGS, or at least someone as similar to them as possible. He simply just tolerated everyone else. It seemed that the only real people he could admire were mass killers. Randy put out a couple of EGS tapes entitled Conspiring a Massacre, Parts 1 and 2. In the first of these two tapes, Randy expresses glee that he has contributed to more and more people on Earth shooting each other. He goes on a rant about humans, saying that they have given him nothing but endless torment. He talks about his body bringing him shame and how he struggles to function in society without a purpose. He says that he feels nothing anymore aside from hatred. In this tape, he very clearly expresses his intention to kill. He says that he and Rachel, a member of the EGS, have begun plotting together behind the scenes. He then lists off a number of incidents that involve large-scale violence, expressing happiness that he will be listed among them. He then once again reiterates that different ghost squads are out there to recruit everyone, even you. In part 2, Rachel takes over as the subject. Randy begins by going into a rant about how cruel bullies are and how they often get away with what they do. However, Rachel will not allow her bullies to get away so easily. Rachel speaks about how she, like Randy, wants to do something historic. But instead, she begins to rant about how she hates the bullies and the popular kids at school. Rachel then explains that she and Randy, or Andrew, are going to collect a bunch of ammunition and exact their revenge before laughing obnoxiously as the video ends. Despite Randy making threats like this in several videos now, this was once again something that seemingly went completely under the radar as it was believed to be fiction. As a result, Randy was only able to get more and more bold with his content. Randy drew up a picture of Eric and Dylan after they had ended themselves at the end of the Columbine attack. It was an accurate, more realistic depiction of their actual death photos. He uploaded it to both Twitter and DeviantArt. He even found ways to hide that picture in the back of some of his other works, such as being subtly visible in the background of a framed poster that he had made of himself with Mackenzie that he hung on his wall. In his diary, he made it a point to clarify once again that he was not insane.
I'm not insane. Would someone insane admit or deny their own insanity? Don't think so. I'm not a psychopath or insane. I'm me. I don't sugarcoat things. I tell it how it is. What you've poured over in this journal is 100% real and 100% authentic. I don't write this way to overdramatize my emotions, I simply tell it how it is. Although simply is a rough way of putting it, I have a very gifted yet abstract mind.
Toward the end of March, his anger receded a bit as his depression worsened. He wanted to film one last big video for his channel, one that he simply called the Massacre video for now. This was intended to be a video in which he, as Andrew Blaze, and Rachel, a ghost girl, would carry out a Columbine-style attack and commit an animated mass killing. But he came to realize that he probably wouldn't even finish the video. He decided that he better do what he can to tie things up in his personal life. On Friday, March 24th, 2017, he wrote,
I have little to no drive left. Nothing matters anymore. And that YouTube channel is collecting dust. I don't want to do anything anymore. I hardly feel anything anymore. I don't want to move. I just want to die. I've virtually all but given up on finding an animator for the Massacre video. No one fucking cares or is too busy on more important work. I was destined to end my life alone in my bedroom. September can't come fast enough. My thoughts will be racing in those final days. It'll be like something out of a movie. I wish I could tell someone. The night of my death, I'll send some final goodbyes to people like Nellie, Damien, David, and Hobo Deadfish, Andrew Blank, which will most likely be a heated email, James, and anyone else who I deem worthy enough.
2 days later, Randy decided to record the second volume of the Suicide Tapes. In it, he talks about filling up his journal, saying that he's oddly in a good mood today. He once again talks about how people are sent to Earth for Ghost Squad missions, how everything you do in life is scripted and it's all to make you realize who you are. Now, after saying that religion was false for years, he says that all religions are real, but they vary from person to person. Whatever you believe about the afterlife is where you're going to end up. For example, if you follow Jesus, you're destined to join his squad. If you follow Muhammad, then you're fated to go into his. By this point, Randy would rarely eat anything besides the occasional Taco Bell. Randy would frequent the fast food restaurant and order the exact same thing so often that the people who worked there were able to memorize it by heart, asking him if he wanted the usual each time. In his mind, he called this his Andrew Blaze Special, a number 11 Supreme with 2 Cool Ranch Doritos Locos Tacos, 1 Nacho Cheese Doritos Locos Taco, a Beef Burrito Supreme, and a large Sierra Mist. Randy continued working on the Massacre video, despite very large doubts that he would even finish it. He ordered several copies of the t-shirt that Eric wore during the Columbine shooting, a white t-shirt with Natural Selection written across the front. When it came to self-love, he started to pleasure himself using moisturizer in his car, the bathroom at work, and even on the floor of the manager's office at the supermarket.
Every 4 to 5 days I shave my arms and legs with girl products, even with a Venus razor. I think that's the brand. Don't feel like getting up to check. Fucking love smooth, silky skin. Been using moisturizer lotion cream too. It feels amazing. I must have jerked off at work 10 times in the last year, whether it be in the car, bathroom, or the back manager's office's floor. No cameras in there. All in all, probably 15 times between 2010 to 2017. My life total is probably over 700, I don't fucking know.
By April 2nd, the worst development that could have happened at this stage in Randy's life took place. He managed to buy a shotgun. He wrote about it in his diary in glee as he waited for his background check to finish so that he could go pick it up. Sunday, April 2nd, 2017.
Yes! Fuck yes! I just bought a shotgun today. Finally! It's a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, 20-inch barrel, and comes with an attachable stock. In a few days it'll be in my own 2 hands. Eric Harris, I fucking love you, man. Such an inspiration. This is the happiest I've felt in years. Everything is going according to plan.
2 days later, Randy recorded tape number 3 in his new private series. In this one, he again rambles about religion and the afterlife, saying very much the same things as before. He talks about how he always hated school and felt it wasn't for him. He once again dives into how his obsession with Ember began and his bad year in 2013. He then goes on to talk about the pressure he started to feel in high school and a lack of interest in dating. He says that it's because he's not from this world and he's just too different from everyone else. He then talks about how cool it was that he uploaded Ember's Remember song and how so many people have seen the video he made of it now. He says that anyone who watched his old videos and didn't see the signs within them would likely be full of regret. He says that nothing could have stopped what he is about to do, as it has already been written. He hopes that people will continue his legacy by making more EGS content after he's gone. Toward the end of the tape, Randy says that he feels bad for Nellie. While she felt that she could tell him anything, he couldn't open up to her to tell her about all of this. He said that he feels Damien is a lot like him and feels that he will also take his life as well, almost sounding happy about it.
Damien, obviously, I've felt even a bigger connection with now because he's into darker stuff now. His videos really changed with his style, and he makes a lot of death references in his videos now, or taking his life and everything. I think he will eventually kill himself one day. I think he will.
He ends the video by encouraging others to take themselves out just like he will. He also says that if you want to end someone else, you should. In his diary a few days later, he wondered what his family's lives would be like after he was gone. Thursday, April 6, 2017.
I seriously want to know what my parents' and brother's life will be like without me in it anymore. I mean, I'm always in my room on the computer most of the time. Plus, they're always at work 85% of the time when I get home. So I wonder if that will make things easier to digest. Probably not. Who am I kidding? Ha ha ha.
On April 8th, it was time for him to go pick up his shotgun. He was overjoyed. As soon as he picked it up, he immediately went home and wrote about it. He included some lines about his mother as well, making fun of the fact that she had no idea what she had just done by taking him to go pick it up.
Success. Ladies and gentlemen of Earth, I have a shotgun. What a feeling. I can't wait to shoot that beauty. I'm gonna call her Mackenzie. Oh, mother. If only you realized you just signed my death warrant by taking me to that gun shop. In less than 5 months, you'll be finding me on the floor. Imagine the blood stains. It's gonna be crazy. My mom said when I move out, she's gonna use my room for storage for her side business. Oh, I'm moving out all right. Wonder if you'll have second thoughts about that after I pull that trigger.
The next day, Randy celebrated Eric's birthday as his parents debated about his shotgun. Randy was confused. Although this had been the manliest thing he had ever purchased, his father was very against the idea in comparison to his mother. His father shouted, "What the hell does he need that for?" Randy's response, in his diary, was,
Want to know why I'll be 10 times extra happy when I'm dead? 'Cause I'll be 1,000 dimensions away from you. Just be thankful I'm not going to aim that barrel at your face.
After that, Randy's first journal was full. He liked it so much that he decided to go get a second one that he started on Tuesday, April 11th. Noting how he started this new book while wearing his favorite female clothing, he began by ranting about men.
Girls are better than guys, just admit it. All you macho men out there who gotta look jacked, hairy, tough, and in charge, kiss my white ass. Guys are literally the most disgusting thing on earth. Girls are naturally beautiful. We feel things differently than boys do. All men are to this world are lazy sacks of shit or crybaby whores who want you to get a job and work a slave job to build character and be a man. Fuck off.
Randy got to work on the fourth tape in his series. Here he shows off his shotgun to the camera for the first time. He says that he can't wait to use it on himself and debates on how he should do it, standing up or sitting down like Eric. He points it at his Ember poster and says he's this much closer to meeting his queen. Then he turns to Mackenzie and says he's about to meet her too. He says that he's so excited for the day to come and that he feels like he needs to act normal to keep people from getting suspicious. He seems cheerful for this to happen. He wants to bring his Mackenzie poster with him on the day of.
I've been thinking about taking one down and just sitting it next to me when I do it. You know, be as close to them as possible. And yeah, Mackenzie's my girl. She's just so fucking cute, dude. She talks to me too, all the time. She's always with me. Wherever I go, she's always with me, no matter what. She'll be by my side when I do it.
Oddly enough, he does say that he could never carry out a shooting, though. Too much could go wrong, however he does want to. He wants to shoot up the supermarket, especially his boss Brian, but doesn't want to die there in a place that he hates. He would much rather die surrounded by the posters of his EGS girls.
That's just the thing. I wouldn't want the pressure of knowing, okay, there's cops coming. Tick, 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 tick. Gotta off yourself, you know? I'd rather do it at my own rate, at my own pace, just behind these
4 walls, in peace, quiet, solitude, surrounded by my girls. That's just how it's gotta be.
He does, however, want his parents to suffer.
I just want to kill people. Doesn't matter who it is, except my parents, because I want them to fucking suffer. I want my dad to suffer. My mom's gotta suffer a little bit for bringing me into this fucking world, but my dad's gotta fucking suffer more than anybody else.
Randy continued to act on his best behavior in front of his parents to avoid suspicion, especially now that he had the shotgun. He also began to admit that his sanity was indeed slipping. He finally noticed it, and it felt like he needed to do something before he was too far gone.
I feel up against the clock in terms of how people view my sanity. I need to off myself this year due to the fact that I may be reported cyberly as a threat. It could happen, you never know. Good thing I can make my family believe anything.
On Saturday, he went out to film himself firing his new shotgun in his favorite Natural Selection t-shirt with his mother, completely unaware of what that shirt even meant. He pointed to the sky and asked for Eric to wish him good luck. He was so happy that he was succeeding in fooling his mom right to her face while getting to shoot his new toy that he came home in an ecstatic mood. He flopped right into bed and started watching the new season of My Little Pony. Given that it worked so well the first time, Randy thought about buying a second gun as a failsafe. Just as Eric had named his shotgun, Randy wanted to name this one after Rachel, a member of the EGS, and the other after his beloved Mackenzie. That night, Randy had yet another dream about Columbine. He woke up the next day wondering what life would really be like after he was gone.
I wonder how many people would even show up to my viewing or funeral. I doubt a single person I went to school with would. What the hell would they even dress me in? Just put me in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Easy. Tomorrow's April 20th. Awesome. EHDK forever.
On Thursday, April 20th, Randy went on to celebrate Columbine's 18th anniversary by recording the 5th tape in his series on the day and time that it happened. He talks about how Columbine had captivated him for so long now. He had never thought about it as a kid, but now it had changed him so much. He doesn't know why it feels so different than any other shooting to him. He said that he wasn't bullied all that much, but he still relates to them quite a lot. He related to their hatred for school and for authority more than anything else. He wishes that he could have done the same thing in high school. He then spoke about interacting with other people interested in crime online. He could talk about it forever, although he resented the fact that he could never say that he loved Columbine to these people. If he does the same thing at the store, he wonders how long he would have, how long it would take for the police to come. If he blocked the doors, he could hear them coming at least. He wanted to kill at least one person. Now he knew that he wanted to do it for sure. It was no longer a debate. He really wanted to get Brian, his manager, no matter what. He says that nobody realizes that his dark content is where he's actually showing his true colors. He says that, although he hasn't been diagnosed, all signs point towards him having chronic severe depression. He complains about his dad, saying that all he cares about is the weather and football. In reality, his father was probably just trying anything he could to start a conversation with him, but Randy felt it was monotonous and ingenuine. He then starts to cry as he realizes that he can't even tell his friends that they won't have much more time to reach out and talk to him one last time before he cuts the tape. Afterward, Randy went into overdrive working on his final Massacre video. He decided that he wanted to at least upload everything he had ever worked on, including this project, to Mediafire before he reached the end of his life. The shotgun shells that he ordered arrived shortly after as well. He felt that he was all ready. On Monday, though, he decided that he couldn't go on any longer. He gave up on the animation entirely. Then came tape number 6. The tape opens with Randy talking about changing the date of the killing. He wants to move it up to June because he simply can't go on anymore. He's done. He wants to release the first portion of his final animation and call it good. His desire to become a ghost has gotten too strong to handle. He cries as he talks about the time growing near. He says that Ember is telling him that it's time. He needs now to decide whether he's going to end it all in his room surrounded by his posters or carry out an attack. He then decides that everything will come down to a simple coin flip. After all, he had faith. He knows that the EGS is real and he knows he's going to meet them.
The feeling is just indescribable. I look at all these ghosts that I've made and the firm belief in my mind that these are ghosts and spirits I've met before and that they're all actually legit real, and I know they are. They have to be. It's not my imagination. I know Mackenzie's real. She talks to me all the time. in my head. And I know Mackenzie will be by my side when I do it. He'll probably be like the first one to welcome me. I hope. I really hope.
He says that his mind is becoming more foggy as time goes on and that he keeps catching himself making dumb mistakes, like leaving his keys in the front door and going straight to bed. He hopes that, after he dies, people will flood his Facebook wall with support and comments saying that they wish they could have gotten to know him better. He didn't really seem to realize how his murderous plot might spoil something like that. Then, the day came to decide fate. Or, as Randy would say, the day to reveal what fate had written for him. Tuesday, April 25th, 2017. A coin flip to decide whether or not this massacre was going down.
You believe in fate? Here's the fate test. I'm gonna flip this 3 times, or the best out of 3, rather. And if it's heads, I'll do it here. If it's tails, supermarket.
Randy makes his way out into the yard. He decides to make it very clear to his audience that this coin flip is being conducted fair and square in one uninterrupted take with the coin fully visible. The very first flip landed on tails, a bad sign, but the second landed on heads. It was time to flip it one final time. Once the coin hit the ground, it revealed his destiny, tails. But it seemed that Randy was a little reluctant to go down this path. Despite saying that he would do whatever Ember willed of him, he chose to change his plans just a little bit. This would now be a best out of 5 rather than a best out of 3. He wanted a little more reassurance and maybe a chance to back out. The fourth flip was heads. Now he was at 2 heads and 2 tails. It would all come down to this final flip. He tossed the coin up into the air one last time, and when it landed, it was tails. Randy now believed that this was his fate after all and vowed to challenge the coin no longer.
That is a tails, folks. Tails. Which means there's going to be a loss of a human life, besides my own. Possibly more than one. That's fate for you. I mean, either way, I could still change my mind about it, but I'm not going against the flip of the coin. I'm going to do it. I'm not tempting fate. I'm just going with it. Unreal. Unfucking real. That's fucking fate.
He then went to buy a second shotgun in preparation. Randy then took to his diary to write about all of his goals and the plan.
Potential fatalities, all possibilities. Brian, number 1 target. Kristen, probably spelled wrong, whatever. Impossible to miss, weighs like 300 pounds. Victoria, easy target. Probably will just wound if paths cross. Deserves to suffer. Floor guy, worthless fuck who should be burned alive. Goal, execute at least 1. Make my mark, scare the world, die in aisle 1. Have fun.
That night, Randy went to work and filmed his planned route throughout the store. On May 11th, Randy filmed yet another video called The Plan. He begins by showing off his 2 shotguns, Rachel and Mackenzie. He's more confident in using Rachel, saying that he would only bring Mackenzie along as a backup. This matches up with their lore, with Rachel being more violent and Mackenzie being a more innocent, more caring type of character. He then speaks of bringing propane canisters on the day of the attack as well, purely to do structural damage to the building, but he didn't know how it would work. He then went into a very detailed explanation of the schedule of the supermarket, who would be there, which times were more feasible, and which places would be target areas. He says that every day he only grows more and more confident. Before it starts, he plans to upload all of these tapes and his final animation. He hopes that the attack will go down in history. He talked about a girl he knew named Rachel, not the same Rachel from EGS, who had the same dark thoughts as him. The EGS content apparently really seemed to have spoken to her. He told her about the shotgun when he couldn't tell anyone else. They would talk about their deepest thoughts together, although the one thing Randy couldn't tell her about was the plan. She understood that he felt trapped. She even made her own EGS character. Randy would talk to Nellie more around this time too. He knew that his time was drawing near and he wanted a little more contact from his friends. Randy's journal entries began to get more incoherent. He talked about how he wanted the EGS to become a death cult after he was gone, with that now being his mission.
EGS will become a suicide cult. You can't stop us. We don't need to abide by your laws, and we don't need to be labeled as someone we're not. Feel worthless and isolated? Join us.
He talked about Mackenzie being 16, using the tried and true age is just a number argument to justify his passion for her.
Mackenzie is my girl. The innocence, the golden soul, her gentle nature, her precious smile, her constant battles with her inner conscience, her slender body and smooth white skin. I'd do anything to hold her, even if it was just for 30 seconds. Soon it will happen. She'll wait for me. I know she hates being forever stuck at 16, but it's fate. I'm destined to die well before 30. It's just a number. I love you so fucking much, Em. I want everyone to tell their closest friends how much they appreciate them on 5/14. They could be here today and gone tomorrow. Mackenzie, I'd plow you in the middle of the fucking street if I could.
By May 20th, Randy had almost entirely stopped eating. He claimed that his body didn't even feel hunger anymore. He began to live off of bits of trail mix, granola bars, pretzels, and water with the occasional Taco Bell. While he knew that his body needed food, he just didn't want to eat. He was ready to carry out the attack once and for all.
I'm not fucking around. I'm going in and doing my shit for 5 to 10 mins and getting the hell out of this retarded fucking world. I almost don't even care about blocking all the exits. Way I see it, Victoria and Kristen die. Brian and Terry get out. Whatever happens, happens. But I ain't leaving this world without bringing someone down with me.
On Monday the 22nd, he went out practice shooting again as he ordered some new shells online. He had decided that he was going to kill Victoria and Christian before turning the firearm back on himself. He then filmed himself gearing up, very much like Eric did for the basement tapes. May 25th would bring a video unlike any of the others. Surrounded by several beer bottles, Randy spoke about his plan to incorporate some propane tanks into the scheme just like Eric did. He wanted to unlock the cage that held the propane tanks at the supermarket and blow them up to cause as much structural damage to the building as possible. But he was unable to ever find the key to the cage in the manager's desk. He ended by saying that he didn't even enjoy animating anymore. He then wondered if someone else might be in the house that could hear him before abruptly ending the video. On May 26th, he filmed another video while driving. In it, he talks about the logistics of uploading such a huge file to Mediafire on the day of. He then reminisces about friends from high school and how he hasn't seen them in so long. But he then overcorrects by saying that he doesn't care anyway. He speaks of the crushing stress he's experienced over the past few years before looking sad and abruptly stopping the recording. On Saturday the 28th, he once again went to the range to practice shooting with his mom. Afterwards, in a rare act of kindness towards his family, he decided to invite his mom and Jeremy out to Olive Garden to eat, although Jeremy didn't go, while purposely failing to invite his father.
I did one last good deed for my mom today by treating her to Olive Garden for lunch. My brother too. It's crazy to think that this is most likely my last legit restaurant meal. Fast food doesn't count. I had chicken scampi and salad with 2 Miller Lights. Amazing. Me and Mom were there, my brother stayed home. And we laughed and joked like we always do. It was nice. It was the first time I ever treated her to a restaurant.
On May 30th, Randy filmed another video in his car as he talked to the viewer. Mainly, he speaks of his YouTube career and the upcoming file dump he was planning, going into detail about the files inside. He calls it the digital set. Mainly, he reviews his childhood and his time on YouTube. He predicts that his final footage, the surveillance footage from the supermarket, will never leak. He laments that nobody will ever see it. For now, he wants to walk around his house and reflect on his life, something that seems to sadden him greatly. He thanks his viewers for the connection they made with him. No matter what, he felt like they were always there for him. He thanked Nellie specifically, saying that she understood him very well. The video ends as Randy places his usual order at Taco Bell. It now came time for Randy to film a final video for his family to explain everything in detail to them. They had never really seen his YouTube content, at least not since the early skits, and had no idea of anything that had been happening behind the scenes. On June 1st, he got to filming the video. It was time to let them in on everything. He considered this video to be his final will and testament. In the video, Randy explains in elaborate detail how Ember influenced his life and the overall production of EGS. He opens by greeting his mom, his dad, and Jeremy. The video is much more candid and personal than the last had been, properly set up and filmed at his desk. He says that they will probably feel like they could have gotten him help, but assures them that this wasn't the case. He says he has become a good liar over the years, much more than in childhood. He felt that he would likely end up in a mental hospital if they heard about all of his delusions, so he kept it a secret. He told them that he hated life. He hated school, work, and didn't even want a future. He explained that he never envisioned any sort of future at all, actually. Any future, and he still didn't. He then went on to explain what we already know. Everything about his channel, his depression, his thoughts, his delusions, and his plans. He spoke of Tom and Matt's deaths, as well as his bad luck streak in 2013 finally breaking him. While getting drunk, he explained Ember to them in detail.
And this is when the whole Ember thing started, which I've told you about her before. Like, if you look on the poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom. But this ghost, this woman always connected with me. Ever since I first saw her, something changed. And it wasn't like I grew up or anything like that. Like I realized, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to girls and all this. No. It just, something changed. It was like a spark. And it just connected with me. It made me feel warm inside. And it felt very familiar, which was strange. It was like I'd seen her before. But at the time, it was a brand new show. And nothing had ever been done like that before with that type of character. Like, you never saw that character anywhere else except that show. And I just grew attached to her, unlike anything I ever have in my life. It was like my first crush, and it's a cartoon, you know? It's kind of crazy to think of it that way, but that's the truth.
He said that when he dies, he will become a girl. All men do, not just him, and he can't wait to be a part of it.
It's all girls. There's no guys. It's all girls. And in the squad, like myself, there are people who were guys on Earth that become girls in the Ghost Squad, which is where I'm going. But it's all girls.
He then explained his cross-dressing to them, something he had never mentioned to them before.
But this is just when things started to change with me in 2013. It's when I started, I guess you could say cross-dressing, which is something you never knew I did. I was cross-dressing ever since high school. And what would happen would be when you guys would go to your bowling leagues and Jeremy would go with you, which was every Wednesday, I would either film a YouTube video, you know, back in early high school, you know, 9th, 10th, 11th grade. I would pretty much always film a YouTube video between 9th and 10th grade on every Wednesday when you would go out the door. So I would either film a video or I would cross-dress. And that's something I've kept to myself my whole life. I never told anybody about this.
He explains that he left his women's clothing out and his Venus razors all over the place, hoping that they might say something, but they never even noticed. He took this as a sign that they really did not care. He strongly recommends that they don't watch his Extinction video, the video in which he killed Froggy and Whale, because it more clearly shows his psychotic side that he now admits wasn't at all fake. He then explains EGS, the Ghost Squads, how his life was pre-written, and that everything was destined to happen. He explains that his motive is hard to pin down, but there were many contributing factors. He explains that Ember was one, that she told him to do this. Another, he said, was the inspiration from Columbine. He said that even the shotgun was inspired by them and for this attack. His journals were notably inspired by them as well. He explains that he connected with Eric and his fury specifically after reading his journal. He felt that maybe, just maybe, he could pull off something similar. He said that he's been distancing himself from his mother for a while now. He didn't go to holiday meals whenever he could get out of it, and he didn't even see his mom on Mother's Day on purpose. He didn't want to even appear in photos with them anymore. He then states that he actually didn't even want to go with them to Olive Garden recently, but did it anyway. In the most emotional part of the video, he said that he deeply hated his father. He couldn't talk with him or connect with him at all. He hated his small talk. He felt that all he cared about was him getting a full-time job and moving out, pushing him away. No matter what they spoke about, that's all that came up. He says that his father humiliated him by yelling at him about getting a job at a crowded restaurant in front of other people. His father's mood swings drove him crazy, going from happy and talkative one moment to chewing him out about his future the next. His hypocrisy bothered him as well, with his father complaining about hating his profession endlessly while refusing to look for another job himself. He told him that his money is worthless and he hopes he drops dead. He cursed out his father repeatedly, calling him worthless, a prime example of everything he hates in the world. He says that he debated on killing him, but instead just wanted to leave him behind to suffer.
Dad, I honestly wish would fucking kill himself. He ruined my life. He ruined my fucking life. And it's not just because of the job shit. All through high school, all through college, all through post-college. Fuck off. You can fuck off. Honestly, sometimes I don't know what mom saw on you. When's the last time you ever said you were proud of me? When's the last time you ever said I love you? When's the last time you ever did anything for me? Never. Never. And honestly, I don't even fucking care. Because after high school, after college, after all that job shit, I was done with you. Notice how much I ignored you ever since? Notice how many times you'd ask me to go out for breakfast or whatever and I'd decline? Notice how I never even said, good morning, hey, what's up? You can drop fucking dead. You're a worthless fucking fat. You're lucky I didn't fucking blow your goddamn head off. Very easily could have walked right into your room when you're about to fall asleep and blow your goddamn head off and then went to the fucking store. Very easily could have done that. But I didn't, because I wanted you to fucking suffer, and suffer hard.
He said that while Jeremy used to be a douche to him, he really grew close to him in college. They bonded a lot more and Randy enjoyed it. While he started hating everyone else, he stopped disliking Jeremy. He then explained that his EGS posters were very important to him. He hoped that they wouldn't throw his Ghost Girl posters away. Instead, he hoped they would give them to fans. He already had autographed them just in case. He hoped that they would give his hard drives and computer equipment to James. His big fans, Rachel and Nellie, deserved the posters. And then came the ending.
I felt trapped, like I couldn't be who I was, and I had to be dead in order to do it. That's my destiny. I'm destined to be dead. Then I just feel like there's like a hand on the back of me just like pushing me forward to keep doing it. It's like there's EGS recruits telling me to do it in my head. Do it. Do it. It's not schizophrenia or anything like that. But it's like there's spirits telling me in my head, do it. I was destined to be a dead female ghost.
Then Randy's mom got home and he had to cut the video. The next day, on June 2nd, Randy recorded another driving video. This time, he started off extremely angry, more angry than he has been about in a non-scripted video up until this point. While he was actually ranting about potholes, it clearly wasn't about the potholes.
I fucking hate potholes, and I can't fucking explain that enough. Express it enough, I can't even fucking talk anymore. Fuck! A million fucking potholes on my fucking road. And look, big truck coming next to me, what am I gonna go over? Pothole!
He complains about losing 7 pounds in the last 3 weeks. He didn't want to eat. In the video, he seems kind of dazed. He complains about having to cut the video the night before when he wasn't even fully finished talking. For this, he's extremely angry with his mom.
Oh, you gotta help me take Ginger to the vet this morning because I gotta go to work. Well, when you say go to work, I expect you mean the whole fucking day. Not like for like 5 fucking hours and that's it. The fuck?
He then rants about Laura not recording her lines despite being paid, even though he was on his way out anyway.
Still don't have it. I fucking sent the script in March. It's June 2nd. Where's my voiceovers, Laura, that I paid for? Where are they? I don't care what bullshit you're going through now. I paid you to do a job. You haven't done it yet.
Since he says that Jeremy has been depressed too, he wonders if he will end his life too after Randy does what he does. The next day, Randy continued to seethe in anger at Laura for not recording lines despite planning to die in a few days anyhow. He went on a hateful rant about her in his diary.
I am 2 seconds away from murdering Laura. I sent you the Rachel lines in the first week of fucking March, and you still haven't recorded it all. The video's going out Wednesday night, and now you've ignored me for an entire week. If you screw me on this, Laura, I'll haunt you in your fucking sleep. I'm gonna add animatics in there and just fucking call it. Thanks for nothing. I wrote loving, caring emails for yous, Damien and Laura, but now I feel like I wasted an hour of my life typing them. Damien, I can still forgive and respect. But Laura, I paid for voiceovers.
Randy then took off driving to film his final video. In this video, called Goodbye Earth, he says goodbye and bids farewell to his fans. He feels sad that this will be his final time on camera and simply gives a final discussion on the same usual points about his life, stating that leaving YouTube was his biggest fear. He talks about having to upload the last big video files, including an Alex Gebhardt tape, referring to the previous EGS video, You're One of Us Now. He hopes that people have saved his videos offline and thanks them for that, not even knowing that Imatu, now one of his hated ex-friends, did most of the work archiving his channels. He wonders what people will think of him after this. He wonders if they will even want to look back on his channel after all is said and done. He says that, back in the day, when he would thank people for watching his videos, he didn't really feel it. It was mostly just done to boost his image.
Being all lovey, gushy, mushy, like, thank you guys so much, you changed my life, and all this, and, you know, I'm here if you want to talk, and all this shit, and, you know, whatever. That was all mostly just for attention back in the day, just saying, like, I cared about people, and it's just trying to boost my image, pretty much. That was it.
But still, he says that he has no regrets. Aside from wishing he had made more content, he was satisfied. He tries to smile one last time for his viewers, but it is very forced.
This will be the last time you'll see me, so... try to smile as best as I can. It's what it is, guys.
The video ends with Randy wiping away a tear, signing off one last time.
Alright. This is Andrew Blaze, signing off for the last time.
On Monday, June 5th, Randy wrote his final diary entry. In it, he accepts death and hopes that he made a difference in some people's lives out there.
I'll never forget those who changed my life. I can't thank you all enough. Maybe I'll see some of you soon. Remember, life can always be worse. Somewhere out there, there's always someone worse off than you. Hopefully, you'll be able to rediscover yourselves through simpler times. It's time for me to go. Thank you. I'll always remember you. Farewell.
June 7th, 2017. At 10:52 p.m., Randy arrived to the Weiss supermarket for his usual overnight shift. He was all ready to clock in at 11 p.m. After starting his shift, he began to move around the supermarket. While going about his usual work duties, he actually began to prepare for his attack on the side. While moving around the building, he began to block off some doors, starting with the emergency door next to the manager's office. This all took roughly an hour. At 11:50 p.m., Randy hopped onto his Andrew Blaze Twitter account. He updated his viewers by telling them that tonight's video would be an extra long 40 minutes, saying that it would be his final production and that they would find out why later. He then told them that tonight would be the hardest night of his life. Then he posted the text "Together Forever" along with a drawing of himself in his ghost form and Mackenzie. Shortly after, he posted a final photo of himself standing in front of the men's bathroom mirror in the supermarket. Finally, he wrote #heroes and posted his drawing of Eric and Dylan's death photo. At 12:02 a.m., he logged on to Mackenzie West's Twitter account. Here he posted, speaking of himself in ghost form. Rather than apologize for what he was about to do, he instead apologized for robbing the earth of an angel like himself.
I wish you all could have gotten to know her like I do, but that's the way it's gotta be. I'm sorry, Earth, but we all need to go now. Andrew Blaze was a great person to talk to or be around. She always tried her best, even when she knew it wouldn't end the way she wanted. To all of the loving, caring, beautiful people in the world, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. I robbed you of an angel. Things happen for a reason, good or bad, and I'm so sorry that things have to end like this. I speak for all of us when I say that. I hope we were able to help get you through the day. I always hate goodbyes, but it's more like, see you later. Thank you, Mackenzie.
Afterwards, Randy logged on to Rachel's Twitter account. Here, he posted,
"Me and Andrew are going to give the world a little insight as to what really lurks around in the shadows of your everyday lives."
Randy then got to work on uploading his digital set, the massive pack of files that he had been talking about uploading for the last few months. In addition, he also uploaded his journal and his suicide tape series. At 12:09 a.m., he uploaded one final video on YouTube and posted about it on the EGS Twitter account. This was the Massacre video that he had referenced so much. The full title was Westboro High Massacre, with Westboro being a fictional high school from the EGS lore. Randy then logged back into his Andrew Blaze account and linked to it there as well. This would be the final video Randy ever uploaded or produced. The production on this video really had been a nightmare to say the least. Given its content, Randy couldn't find any voice actors or animators willing to help out with the project, paid or not. Trying to hide its content a little more, avoiding the word massacre, he instead used the production name DEKHARBS, which is a mashup of letters from Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris's names. The video was unfinished as the animators were either unwilling to work on it entirely, dipped out partway through, or agreed to work on it and never contributed. While Randy wanted the video to be a massive send-off to everything he had ever done, the video was short, incomplete, and even used animatics in place of animation on several occasions. The video consists of an animated Randy and Rachel, the ghost girl from EGS, committing a shooting at Westboro High School very much in the same vein as Columbine. In the opening, Randy includes a special thanks that honors his fans, Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, and Ember's Ghost Squad. Then, Randy reads a line from his journal as an introduction.
As the late Eric Harris once said, "I hate the fucking world." What an inspiration. I would have killed to have met the guy. I think we would have connected on so many levels.
The video starts out in live action like old times, this time with Randy preparing his gear and wearing the clothes that he planned to wear during his attack. He gives his posters in his room one last look as he heads out. His room, his workplace, his posters, fan art, his journals, and various other items around his house are shown during a montage. When the video cuts to animation, images of Eric and Dylan's bodies, drawn, are shown on screen as Randy and the ghost girl Rachel monologue about the beauty of death. Then, the unfinished animation plays out. With a lot of the video still in the animatic stages, it shifts back and forth between fully animated scenes and basically sketches. Randy and Rachel proceed to carry out an animated attack very similar to the actual details of how the attack played out at Columbine. The animation ends very abruptly at the 15-minute mark. After, Randy gives one last monologue. He speaks of how we're all lost souls looking for our identities. He speaks of love and how that's what matters the most. However, Randy isn't talking about his friends or family. It becomes more and more clear that he's talking about none other than Mackenzie. He says that you can have everything you want and still feel empty. We're all different. Some of us are happy, some of us are not. But we're all searching for love and for ourselves. Throughout the good and bad, we will discover those things, and that is the meaning of life. Randy then parts with his final words.
The living make the world turn, but the dead make the world live.
The video then cuts to a black and white montage of Randy's older YouTube videos set to sad music. Eventually, the old Pioneer Productions outro plays as a picture of Andrew Blaze and Mackenzie appears on screen, ending Randy's long and storied YouTube career once and for all. With everything including the prologue, intro, animation, monologue, and montage, this really did come out as being the longest scripted video Randy ever uploaded at 42 minutes. Given how severe the violence was in the animation, especially towards children, the video didn't stay up for long as YouTube removed both it and the EGS channel entirely. The video, however, was part of Randy's digital set and was mirrored elsewhere fairly quickly. Shortly after posting the links to the video, Randy posted the link to his Mediafire uploads to this Twitter as well. Along with the link, he wrote,
"Goodbye, humans. I'll miss you."
At around 12:37 a.m., Randy walked outside of the supermarket and towards his car. He sent a text message to his mother detailing his journals and how he wanted his remains to be disposed of. He told her to remove the hard drives from his computer before selling them. Then he hopped into his car and drove it around to the bakery's emergency exit and used it to block the doors. After, he sat down in his car and applied black eyeliner and black lipstick to look more like Ember. Randy was wearing a t-shirt that he made to look very similar to the t-shirts worn during Columbine. While Eric's shirt said Natural Selection and Dylan said Wrath, Randy wrote his to say It's Our Time to Rise, with R likely referring to the Ghost Squad. He dropped his red work shirt on the ground to reveal his t-shirt underneath. He then went out to the trunk and began to unload his guns and ammunition. As he previously planned, he was only going to use the shotgun named Rachel during the attack and keep the one named Mackenzie as backup. Randy then pulled out his phone and sent an email to Nellie, one of the few online friends that still remained in his life. He then sent out an email to several other friends as well. It isn't known how many he sent out exactly, but 2 of them are known to have gone to James and Damien. At 12:41 a.m., Randy entered the supermarket once more from the main entrance. Then he went back to the back area of the store, blocked all of the remaining exits, and locked the automatic doors at the front of the store. Then he used a pallet and some displays to block that entrance as well. The store was now completely locked down. Randy then placed his duffel bag down and pulled out his 2 shotguns, Rachel and Mackenzie. He had one final chance to back out now before going past the point of no return, but he didn't take it. Randy walked out onto the main floor with his shotguns in hand. He first came across Brian Hayes, his 47-year-old manager and #1 priority target from the beginning. While the order of the victims has been heavily debated, the autopsy report lists Brian as being the first. Randy lifted the gun and shot Brian 5 times, once in the head, the chest, the right side, the crotch, and in the left arm. His brain matter was almost completely gone from the blow to the head alone. He had no chance of survival. Randy then moved out further into the aisles of the store. He made his way out into an aisle where another co-worker, Kristen Newell, was stocking shelves while listening to her headphones. He was seen on CCTV footage as he stood behind her with the gun for about 5 seconds, hesitating. After staring at the back of her head for a while, he then, for whatever reason, decided to spare her without injury. He then moved on to another aisle. There was Victoria Brong, the 25-year-old assistant manager working in the aisles. He raised his gun and shot her twice from a distance, hitting her in the back of the head and once in the back of the chest. She fell to the ground deceased immediately. Again, the head wound was instantly lethal in and of itself. Hearing the gunshots from the other aisle, Kristen pulled off her headphones to ask Victoria what that loud noise just was. Getting no response, she went around to Victoria's aisle to find her lying on the floor. This was when Randy shot Victoria 2 more times in the left hip. Kristen locked eyes with Randy for a few seconds as he stood there, face covered in black makeup and holding a shotgun, emotionless. As she stood frozen in fear, Randy simply turned around and walked to another aisle. Kristen asked Victoria if she was okay, but she didn't answer. In the next aisle, Randy came across another co-worker, Terry Lee Sterling, a 63-year-old shop assistant. It's very likely that, by now, Terry knew what was going on, but there was simply nowhere to run. He turned his back to Randy in an attempt to flee, but he was shot twice, once in the upper back and once in the left shoulder. Each of these shots also tore through his neck, making both of them fatal on their own. Kristen now had nothing to do but hide. As she made her way towards the register, she saw Terry lying lifeless on the floor. She hid in the aisle between cash registers with his body in complete view in front of her. Randy, likely not seeing her, walked past her on his way to the bakery section. Here, details are a bit fuzzy. Some sources say that Kristen first dialed 911 while hiding between the registers, while others say that it was later on. Randy began to walk throughout the store and shoot at various merchandise on the shelves. There, he made his way over to multiple small portable propane tanks and shot at them, just as Eric did in his attack. And just like Eric, they completely failed to ignite. While Randy was doing this, Kristen made a run for it. She was able to remove the display blocking the main entrance to the supermarket and then break the glass underneath. She ran outside and hid in the bushes a short distance away from the building. On the way, she saw Randy's car in the parking lot with his red work shirt on the ground next to it. In plain view, near the car were 2 more propane tanks. Then she called 911, either for the first or second time. As she was waiting on the phone for the police to arrive, Randy was still walking around and shooting items inside the store. Eventually, the police arrived, with them hearing Randy still shooting as they tried to make their way into the building. Whether or not Randy saw them attempting to enter the supermarket is unknown, but given his next activity, that appears likely. Randy was finished. He moved over to aisle 1, the place where he always felt that he would end it all, and lifted up his gun one last time. He placed it inside his mouth and fired. He was gone instantly. The whole attack that Randy had planned for months only lasted about a full 5 minutes, with a total of 59 shots being fired. In the end, all of them came from the gun called Rachel after all. Randy's plan was now finished. While Randy wanted the attack to be national news, it actually received very little attention outside of the local area. At first, it received nowhere near the buzz that he had hoped for. However, this doesn't mean that the local citizens and public leaders weren't horrified and saddened by what had happened. Randy's parents and his younger brother Jeremy, as well as neighbors who knew him, were immediately contacted by the police. They were all very cooperative from the very beginning. Shortly after the attack took place, Randy's father, Robert, made a statement to the media. On the phone with a reporter, he offered his condolences through tears, saying, "Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are so sorry for all the pain and loss of life this has caused everyone involved." While black tarps soon went up all around the supermarket to prevent anyone from seeing the grisly scene inside, people from all over town were quick to put up a makeshift memorial outside of the store, along with a small rest in peace sign among all the flowers. The store was to remain closed for the time being. A spokesman for the supermarket chain said, "We are deeply saddened by the events of this morning. The safety of our associates, our customers, and the surrounding community is our top priority." Kristen, the only survivor of the attack, was asked to give her statement as to what had happened. It's completely unknown why Randy chose to spare her, but there are a few common theories. It could have been that he simply had bigger priorities and wanted to make sure that those targets didn't escape before he could get to them. It could be that he simply didn't despise Kristen as a person. Or, in a much darker take, it could be that he wanted to leave someone behind to see the attack play out so that they could tell the story. Randy's ex-online friends heard about the attack shortly after it happened once they started their days, given that the attack happened at roughly 1 a.m. Imatu was the first to figure out what had happened, being that he was one of the few online friends from before Randygate that still followed him on Twitter. Seeing all of the cryptic tweets and Randy's upload of the digital set, Imatu checked his local news to see if anything was happening. Sure enough, it appeared that Randy was dead. However, that wasn't all. He had also taken a few other people down with him. Imatu told Haley, who in turn told Sammy. They all had fully believed that Randy was capable of hurting himself, but nobody ever assumed he would actually hurt others. They had to go about their days as normally as possible, knowing that someone they knew just killed several people. They were racked with guilt due to the fact that they never told anyone about Randy's online activity before. The local police were quickly able to get a warrant to search Randy's home on Ransom Road in Franklin Township. The Stair household was quickly swarmed by police and searched from top to bottom. It wasn't long before they came across Randy's videos, his digital set, his audio recordings, and his journal. After all, they weren't hidden. He wanted them to be seen. He posted them on social media for all to see. After the attack, the family of one of the victims, Terry Sterling, set up a GoFundMe page with the goal of reaching $5,000. However, it only reached a little over half of its goal. Another GoFundMe page was set up by Becky Hayes, Brian Hayes' sister-in-law. This one was made with the goal of $12,000, and Becky would later go on to be quite vocal about the whole incident with the media. On June 14, 2017, the management at the Weiss supermarket chain announced that they would be reopening the store. A lot of people wondered why the Weiss management didn't just tear the building down and move into a new building. In interviews with news media, some previous customers had said that they were too creeped out knowing what had happened there to shop there ever again. However, one man said that would be playing right into Randy's hands. He said, "The evil man who did this would have wanted them to move and would have wanted people to be scared and not want to go to the store after what he did." It seems that management agreed with this sentiment. While the outer portion of the building remained the same, the interior of the store was completely gutted and replaced with a new layout. On July 13th, the store reopened and assumed business as usual. James Allen Fox, a professor of criminal justice at Northeastern University, spoke out about the attack. Having researched a lot of cases like this, he said that Randy fit the typical profile of a disturbed young man turned murderer to a T. He said that it's very normal for similar criminals to purposely leave a trail on social media behind them. He says that this is because, in his words, they want us to know why they are going to do it. In their mind, they have a good reason to do it. Becky Hayes, Brian Hayes' sister-in-law, appeared on Nancy Grace's podcast to speak about the attack. In fact, several people related to the attack appeared on different podcasts around that time, with Kristen even appearing on the Brohio podcast to clarify certain things about the timeline and give her perspective on the whole thing. Laura, who provided some of the voices in Randy's EGS videos, was one of the people to receive an email from him right before he performed his massacre. However, she didn't even come to read it until hours and hours after the attack had even taken place. She said in a radio interview that she never expected Randy to do this, even knowing his style of content. She said, at the time, making edgy and violent content was just common. She said, "It was just another paid job." As if unknowingly adding insult to injury, the creator of Danny Phantom, Butch Hartman, after getting deeper into his religion, would later go on to retcon Danny Phantom, saying that the ghosts in the series were never actually ghosts, they were monsters from another dimension.
The ghosts of Danny Phantom's world aren't the spirits of the deceased, as ghosts tend to be in pop culture. Instead, they're monsters from another dimension. We call them ghosts because it's easier to say and it's more appealing than saying monsters from another dimension.
This means that Ember was, technically, never even a ghost at all. Being that Randy used more or less the same base for his series, even crediting Butch Hartman in many episodes, this seems that Ember's Ghost Squad were never even deceased humans in the first place, completely shattering Randy's view of the afterlife after the fact. As it turns out, Randy sent versions of the same email with slight variations to about 10 different people right before the attack took place. Nellie, one of his good online friends, was one of the people to read these notes. Given that her phone was nearly dead when Randy sent the first messages, she didn't read them until later. When she did, she almost vomited from the shock of what she was reading. As of today, Nellie is the only person to ever post one of the letters Randy sent out online. The letter reads as,
"Nellie, I want you to read this when you have the time and are alone. You're going to want to sit down for this because I don't think you're going to fully be able to process what I'm about to say. Nellie, you've been an amazing addition to my life over the years. You're an amazing person. You really are. Your drawings and edits always cheered me up on my worst days and even my best days. I felt like I could talk to you about anything. You were always understanding, even when I could come off as a total douchebag. You were always there for me over the years, even though I don't even physically personally know you off of social media. Nellie, I'm sorry to say that by the time you read this, I will be dead. It's my destiny, and unfortunately, I have to leave behind everyone on the planet to be who I truly am. An EGS recruit. I've been debating suicide for years, as far back as 8th grade. My YouTube fan base saved my life through high school and college. Had I not started a YouTube channel, I'd have been dead by 19, guarantee it. I didn't want it to have to end like this. I really didn't. I wanted to tell you so badly over the winter and spring, but I just couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone about this because I would have been reported. The worst part is you don't even know fully what I'm about to do. Depending when you read this, I might have minutes to live. I'm writing this in advance because there's no way I could compose this before doing it. If you check WNEP.com, it'll most likely be the top story by morning. I'm writing this on May 27th, 2017. You're one of around 10 people who I'm emailing about this. I'm so sorry, Nellie. I really am. And I'm not one to be sorry for people, but you're an exception. You're a beautiful woman. There was just something in you that made me want to talk to you again and again. Personally, I'm very difficult to hold a conversation with. But you, for some reason, were different. I felt like I could talk to you about anything, even though I never met you in person. I know you wanted a video call with me, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it because of how depressed, miserable, and stressed I've been. I'm a very dark soul, Nellie. Very dark. And I didn't want to risk losing you over being myself. I hate the world, Nellie. I hate humans. I hate society. I hate the thought of being alive. I've almost always hated life. EGS was the ultimate way to express myself without being considered a threat. It was a safety net, and it was all authentic and real. Nothing I said or wrote for EGS was over-dramatized or hypothetical. If I said I wanted to kill people, I meant it. If I said I was lost, stuck, and wanted to kill myself, I meant it. Those Conspiring a Massacre videos were real. I really wish I could have told you, Nellie. I really wish I could have. In this digital release that I just put out, there's an entire folder dedicated to my suicide. I documented the entire process, both on video and audio. I would download that ASAP because the police might redact everything and remove it from the internet. My social medias might be terminated after tonight. I have no idea what's going to happen, so download that stuff while you can. I documented it all in journals and audio/video recordings from November 2016 through June 2017. It's all there. It's all on that Media Fire page in the Andrew Blaze Suicide Tapes/Andrew Blaze Journal folders. Mortally, I was a man, but spiritually, I'm a girl. I wish I could have told you all of this, but I just couldn't. I've always been a girl on the inside. I'm not gay, though. I was just a feminine soul that was forced to trek through life in a man's body. It was in my spiritual contract for this life. I think my ultimate mission was to alter perspectives on things with EGS. It just took me 22 to 23 years to realize it. I'm only 24 and a half, Nellie. I'm so insanely young, and eternally that's what I am. I feel like I'm forever destined to be a 16 to 19-year-old. A teenager. Someone who never grows up. And that's how I lived my life from start to finish. I always felt like a kid. EGS is literally my life. Every single character is a piece of me. I spent the entire spring gathering all of this stuff to release to the world. Journal entries, home movies, my entire Recovered Pioneers Productions video collection, photos, everything. I wish I could have gotten to know you more. I really do. I felt a connection with you. I felt like I knew you before we were here. Spiritually. Maybe we have met before, but I'm sorry that I have to leave you behind. I played my entire family, my entire YouTube fan base, and my coworkers. No one knew I would do something like this. It just kept building and building and building to the point where I became desensitized to it all. It slowly went from being something nerve-wracking and scary to a mission. I came to terms with myself and what I needed to do. I'm ready to die. Every night I just accept it more and more. And to think as I'm typing this, I have only 11 days to live. That's it. You were one of the only girls who would message me on a regular basis, and I'm forever thankful for that. For whatever reason, I had more fanboys than fangirls, and that pissed me off. I had a couple fangirls before Sammy and Haley, but they disappeared along with 95% of the rest of my fan base from 2009 to 2011. I don't buy Sammy's spiel for a minute of her saying, "I watched you since 2009. Bullshit. It was all an attention game for her and Haley. They just don't want to admit it. They used me because I, unlike others, actually engaged them. I'm not even going to write emails to them. They don't deserve it. They're worthless. You're not. I can see you doing something amazing in the future, and although I honestly don't know what that may be, I just know it'll be memorable. I can't thank you enough for always believing in me and listening to what I had to say, even if I talked your ear off at times. You were always there. I never told you about getting shotguns because I just couldn't risk telling people on social media. The desire to get back home has been excruciatingly indescribable. I can't stand being in this body anymore. Every time I see girls, I think, that's what I used to have. I can't fight it anymore. I know it'll be a ridiculous story when it surfaces that a man killed himself over a cartoon girl, Mackenzie and Ember. But it's the truth. Mackenzie, I feel, is my spiritual true love. I dedicated a recording to talking about her in the suicide tapes folder. I think you'd be really stunned at what I have to say in those recordings. No one's known about these until now. I've had to keep them all to myself on my hard drive. I've even mentioned you and other fans occasionally throughout the different recordings. I'm honestly surprised I lived as long as I did. I wanted to die back in 8th grade because I didn't think I'd get through high school. 2013 is when I just broke. My entire perspective on life began to change, and by 2015 I had a very clear picture in my mind that I wouldn't be alive for too much longer. the anthology, was actually intended to be the end of everything, but obviously EGS happened over the span of the year following that, so it gave me a new purpose to keep living. By 2016, I was just done. In December, I got into guns and slowly started getting my family involved with them as to not be suspicious. In April, I got a shotgun, and only a few weeks after I got a second one, which no one knows about. I originally intended to just end my life alone, but fate had other plans. I let it all come down to a coin toss. I filmed it all too. It's in that folder. I did a best of 3 coin toss with a quarter, and it legit came down to the final toss. And I accepted it. I didn't rig it or anything either. It was all legit. I didn't film it numerous times or anything. That was it. I was originally going to do it in September, but I just couldn't wait 5 more months. Also for the fear of being found out over the summer. I just couldn't risk that. Every night I just got worse mentally and physically. I'm not mentally ill or mentally insane. I'm just me. I'm Andrew Blaze. Nelly, thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the late night talks. Thank you for being open and honest towards me, even if you were shaky on how I would view it. Thank you for being yourself. Thank you for talking to me about what was bothering you, even though I didn't have any business knowing about your personal life. Thank you for considering me as a friend, because, quite honestly, I don't have very many, and that was a personal choice. I just couldn't hold relationships because I only saw the bad in people. Everyone that got close to me had to be pushed away. I physically haven't hung out with a friend since the end of 2013. It's been that long. I don't count my brother's friends since I only know of them because of him. The last time I legit went out and did something with someone I knew from my grade or was my age was with James back in December 2013 for his Christmas video. That was it. I completely vanished from the face of the earth. The internet was all I had left. So I'm forever thankful to have had people like you be a part of my final years on Earth. Even if we just talked for 5 minutes and you fell asleep / vice versa, it was really nice knowing someone cared about me. Nelly, if there's ever a moment in your life where you feel like you're teetering on a knife edge and feel like you're about to fall over it, you can talk to me. I'll always be there to listen, even if you can't physically see me. I promise you that. I'll listen, even if it just feels like you're talking to an empty room. You can talk to me. I feel like I didn't listen to people enough when I was alive, so I feel I owe people that. I'll do my damnedest to listen to you. I know Mackenzie will welcome me with open arms, and when she does, I'll be sure to eventually tell her about you and all that you've done for us. You helped make EGS better with your character designs. You really did. So in return, I put your name in the opening theme song so the world can know that. I may be the ringleader behind EGS, but you were just as important. When people tried to bring me down, you were there to help prop me back up in 2015. That year was just a miserable year. The live stream stopped. My engagement with people on social media stopped. Everything started to dry up. But you were still there. You never left. I honestly didn't expect to even have a fan base after 2015. I thought I blew it. After the whole Sammy, Haley, Amatu, Dave thing, I just didn't even want to check my social media anymore. And for a while, I really shut up. But in 2016, I got back on my feet and started being my true self. It's all there in the song. This is my comeback song. It's only meant to fucking prove you wrong. EGS was the ultimate comeback to everything that's happened to me in not only my YouTube career, but my life. It forever extinguishes all of the mistakes I've made, flat out says that I don't care about what people think about me, and lets me be myself without a care in the world. Sure, I didn't do nearly as much as I would have liked for EGS, but what I've done gives the clear picture as to how I am. I don't sugarcoat it, I say it how it is. Break apart all of the videos, all of the tape videos, all of the Twitter posts. It's all stemming from myself. Honestly, I want people to follow me. I want people to end their lives. I want them to be happy and be where they truly belong. I know I'll have followers, but as for you, I wouldn't want you to throw your life away if you weren't comfortable doing it. I could never talk to you about that stuff because I didn't know how you'd take it. I'm by no means telling you to join me in the afterlife. I'm just saying what I'd kill for people to do, like with you dropping out of high school and having no direction. I felt so bad for you, I really did. Granted, high school is bullshit, and I wish I wasn't forced to sit through it, but looking back, it was some of the best years of my life. I'm sorry you couldn't get a high school degree. I hope things improve for you. Nelly, I want you to know that you were never a waste of space to me. You were never someone who I could just BS with for a few minutes to take my mind off things. You were always someone special to me. I'll never forget that photo you tagged me in on Instagram with my channel name drawn on the mirror. You know, like how you fog up a mirror and write on it? I never forgot that. I remember how curly your hair was too. Ha ha ha, XD, I was sorry to see your dark hair go. Still am. The red's still cool though, it suits you. That Mackenzie cosplay though, I'm trying to lighten the mood a little. I mean, come on. Who goes around sending emails to 10 plus people saying they're ending their life? Not too many. Or even they do. I doubt they're as lengthy and caring as these are. If I could have, I would have asked you to send me those fan arts you made over the years. Mallory, who voices Sydney, had my address a few years back and sent me some fan art. I had it taped to my wall by my dresser so I could see it every day. I would have done the exact same for you. I still had it in my camera roll on my iPhone though. Most of, if not all of your fan arts are on the EGS wiki under the fan art tab under digital content. And not just the EGS stuff, the whale wake-up call is even in there. If you ever want to make more fan art in the future, I'd highly recommend the poster image of me and Mackenzie together. It's my favorite. You know, the one where we're standing with my arm around her shoulder and hers around my waist. It's my favorite art piece that I've ever made. It shows everything I could ever want. Yet at the same time, it shows everything I don't have. I have a feeling that image is going to be plastered all over the internet in the future. I wish I could have given back to you by drawing you, but I was just so up against the clock this year that I just didn't have the time for anything fun. Not that EGS wasn't fun, but it became a chore. Not to mention the third-hand surgery between January and February. I had no time. It was all Massacre video, Massacre video, Massacre video, and venting my thoughts in my journals. I know a simple drawing isn't enough to repay you for all that you've done for me, but I think leaving you with the comfort and knowledge of knowing how much you helped inspire me, and overall, help change my life for the better, can help you sleep easier at night. I don't want you to toss and turn over what-ifs and regrets. Life's too short for regrets. We all make mistakes and we all have our flaws. Unfortunately, some of us are destined to check out early. You might even be, for all I know. Maybe not this year, but hell, 5 years from now. I don't know. Someday you'll learn more about yourself and start to see who you truly are. It took me 22 to 23 years. It's time for me to go, Nelly. I'll never forget you. Every time What's Her Name plays, I think of you. The American Idiot album was like discovering the Beatles for me last year. Jesus of Suburbia was my jam. For Green Day, anyway. Love that album, man. Gives me goosebumps every time. Nelly, I wish you the best of luck on your future endeavors. I know you'll meet new and interesting people. But please don't ever forget about the girl who you made feel like they truly mattered. I am forever thankful for that. Take care, stay safe, and be the best girl you can be. Hugs and kisses. Andrew Blaze, EGS, Pioneers Productions.
On the same day of the attack at 9:18 p.m., Damien came out on Twitter to make a statement. He wrote, "So in 2011, there was a fan of mine who later ended up being my friend. He was brought into a close group of mine through Xbox Live. I could tell he really just wanted some friends to play with. Eventually, we all bonded and shared a few years of laughter over some games. Once I moved, we became a little more disconnected. Last night, he wrote me a long suicide note, and today I found out he went and shot up a grocery store, killing 3 of his fellow employees before turning the gun on himself. I don't know how to digest this. The clues were already all over the internet, but I didn't think he'd go to these great lengths. Mental illness is a serious issue. Please, if you know anyone who's suffering or if you are yourself, please get help. Don't hurt yourself and others. I feel so bad for his family and all the families' lives he just affected. It's sickening and sad at the same time." Randy's good friend, James, has privated all of his social media since the attack. His YouTube channel, Freakshow180, was not deleted, but it has been renamed to inactive with all of its previous content having been removed. Even so, he seems to be doing well. The band, Send Request, was particularly horrified by what Randy did, considering that he had such an intense hatred for Andrew that nobody expected. At least, not to this degree. On August 18th, 2018, they released a song to their YouTube channel called Anti-Social War. This song was inspired by their psychological turmoil in the year after the shooting. Andrew Blank said in an interview, "This is emotionally one of the heaviest songs on the album. It's about someone who considered killing me before they actually took their own life. It mentally scarred me and I still can't wrap my head around it." A lot of people close to Randy were asked to make interviews after the attack, such as sent requests themselves and Weiss management, but they never wanted to partake for the most part. One of the only people to ever speak out about their relationship with Randy was Sammy, who was kind enough to provide a full interview for this channel. Randy's mother, Lori, seems to have somewhat recovered from the incident. She now owns her own business and is doing very well for herself not too far from where the attack took place. Jeremy quickly and abruptly ended his entire social media presence shortly after the attack took place. Now it's difficult to find any information about him at all post-2017. Randy likely got his wish when it came to his father, Robert. Even at the very end, Randy never went back on the cruel words he said to him. Randy wanted his father to stay behind and suffer, and it's very likely that's what happened. His father is cursed to live out the rest of his life knowing that his son committed something like this, with nothing but his final, cruel words to him left to echo in the darkest parts of his mind. It seems that, at the least, Randy's family did come to accept that he was suffering from what appeared to be a mental illness. They chose to remember him as who he was before he changed, rather than the monster that he became. They wrote, "On behalf of Randy, who struggled with what has appeared to be a mental illness, may there be peace in everyone's lives who have been traumatized by this unfortunate circumstance. Our hearts are with everyone. We will remember him as the person we knew before the mental illness, and we will always hold the victims in our heart as well." The Wyoming County District Attorney, Jeff Mitchell, said that Randy's situation was a mental health problem that completely spiraled out of control. He stated, "There are no easy answers as to how to help people feel comfortable enough to speak out and address their mental health issues. People often feel ashamed or refuse to acknowledge a problem exists." Randy was very clearly one of such people. He was always afraid to let people in on exactly how he was feeling. He didn't believe in therapy, feeling that it might change his core personality. In the end, he didn't think that it would benefit him in any way. He thought that seeing a psychologist and being diagnosed with a mental illness would be yet another failure in his life, failing to notice that taking the proper steps to get yourself under control is an achievement, not a loss. On June 10th, 2022, Kristen finally spoke out in an interview about the attack 5 years after the fact. In the interview, she explained her experience briefly. She added that, to this day, she hasn't fully recovered. It's debatable as to whether or not someone really can recover from something like this, at least fully. But she is alive and well, and that's something she's lucky to be able to say, all things considered. Randy's series of tapes and videos that he made before his death contained about 17 hours of monologues and statements about everything from his mental state, to his dreams, to his plans, to his hatred of everyone around him. While the EGS channel was removed from YouTube, many people had quickly gotten to work on archiving everything that they could from the channel. For the most part, Randy never got the notoriety that he wanted. While he always wanted to be like Eric and Dylan, someone who inspires other people to kill and die just like they did, he never did quite become that character. Most people out there actually see him as a meme. In fact, most people only even came to hear about this case on an international level because it became so much of a laughingstock. To most people, he's just that weirdo from the internet who loved the girl from Danny Phantom so much that he completely went insane. It's highly doubtful that he would have wanted the words brony, loser, waifu, emo floating around his case, but that's what he got. However, sadly, Randy's dreams of turning the EGS into some sort of cult weren't as completely far-fetched as you may believe. While the vast majority of people out there saw Randy's obsession with Ember as comedic and pathetic, still laughing about him to this day, not all saw the case in the same way. After releasing his final videos, Randy did indeed develop a small following after his death. Now, if you search for him, depending on where you look, you will find plenty of positive, or at the very least sympathetic, comments about him. The internet has blown up in fan art related to both him and the EGS, especially on DeviantArt. Now, there are several fake EGS and Pioneers Productions accounts out there on social media, not only on DeviantArt but Twitter and other platforms as well, that intend to carry on his legacy by posting his old content as well as new fan-made content. Many commenters are quick to speak of Randy as Andrew Blaze and give him female pronouns despite Randy never actually asking for that. For some reason, a lot of people have adopted him as some sort of trans icon who went on a rampage after dealing with internalized depression. However, very little of Randy's obsession with death or his anger toward the world had much to do with his gender identity. In fact, he seemed to harbor nothing but ill will towards people in the LGBT community, especially gay people. He even said on multiple occasions that, in life, a man can't become a woman. More than anything, it seems like his identity stemmed from wanting to be just like Ember and not much else, made evident in the way he drew his ghost character. Most of his problems with rage and depression stem from the deaths he experienced as a teenager, the rough year of 2013, and year after year of untreated depression growing worse and worse as he drove himself into his obsession with Ember and isolated himself from the outside world, becoming completely delusional over time. Some of these people see Randy as the victim in his story and feel that he did what he needed to do. Others simply admire Randy for his rage and the drive he had to carry out what he did. These people likely share the same combination of depression, anger, and lack of direction that he did. As unhealthy as it may be, they do feel a bond with him, especially when being able to watch and listen to his dozens and dozens of hours of content, read his journals, and get inside his mind, just like Randy did with Columbine. Randy was extremely impressionable. He wanted to achieve greatness, and he did so by imitating others. Whether it was Fred, James, Damien, or using the power of cartoons and ripping off content from Nickelodeon, he was willing to go adapt to any sort of identity to be noticed. In the beginning, he chose to base his identity off of Ember, and by the end, it was his impressionability and his newfound fascination with Columbine that led to his attack, even by his own admission. While he often spoke about accepting his identity and realizing who he was, he imitated others to the very end. It seems that Randy was truly the most happy when he made content that he liked to make, such as his short horror films. However, he could never go too long without derailing from the content he actually liked to mimicking others' success. Maybe if he would have actually tried to live as a woman, he would have felt differently about life. Maybe not. Maybe if he wouldn't have tried so hard to achieve fame, he could have enjoyed the smaller things in life. Maybe if he simply focused on creating the content he enjoyed and stopped worrying about achieving fame or spreading a message, he would have enjoyed being a YouTuber. We will never know, and neither will he. As he was never officially diagnosed with anything, we will never know what was truly wrong with Randy. It could have simply been a mixture of depression, anger, and trauma. It could have been something else. In the end, Randy was simply living a life of delusion. While it's abundantly clear that he actually did fully believe in his delusions in the last day of his life, it was a gradual process that led him to getting to that point. These delusions were an all-encompassing excuse for Randy, as well as a convenient escape. If Randy were to say that everything was pre-written in fate, if everything were done by Ember's orders, or at least for her sake, none of his failures would actually come back to him. It was simply what was going to happen regardless of the path he took. And if his goddess wanted it to be that way, it was easier to digest. Randy was very unhappy with his life. He longed for a form of escapism that could help him leave this reality. As a child, it was cartoons and later comics. As he grew older, YouTube began to fill this void, giving him a place with warm-hearted fans and supporters who loved his work, completely separate from the world he grew to despise. However, when his fans didn't keep up with his new content, he turned to the EGS as his final form of escapism, gradually going mad as a result until he passed the point of no return, ending not only his own life but the lives of 3 others while scarring many more. Randy could have gotten help, but he didn't want to change. Randy could have reached out to others, but he instead chose to hide his troubles. Randy could have pursued a life that he would have enjoyed, but he didn't have the motivation. In the end, when he had lost all will to live, what mattered to Randy the most was getting his name out there, by any means necessary.
All I care about for my fans is that I made a difference in your lives from 2008 to 2017. I could care less if you hate my guts. I did what I had to do, and unfortunately for you, you got left behind.
What's going to happen in the future after this to prevent this from happening again?